Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. My name is Andrei Richter. I'm Senior Advisor at the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. I would like to say just a few words before we start. Take note of the languages that we provide translation in. And to those who join us online, we will start 4 to 5 minutes later because of the arrival of the opening panel. So please bear with us. We start in 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We are happy to start the opening panel of the OSCE Southeast Media Conference. Please use the headset for different languages. The opening, the welcome speech will be made by Ms. Teresa Ribeiro. She is the first time in Albania as a representative on freedom of the media of the OSCE. Hopefully not the last one. And she became the representative in the very beginning of this year. She was elected during Albanian chairmanship of the OSCE to this position. Before, she was the Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Portugal and President of the National Commission for Human Rights. Ms. Ribeiro, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me wish you a good morning and warmly welcome you all to our 8th Southeast Europe Media Conference, jointly hosted by the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media and the OSCE presence in Albania, in collaboration with the OSCE field operations from this region. I want to start my opening speech with a question, something I have been pondering over this weekend. Was last Friday a good or a bad day for media freedom? A good day, one could argue, the day on which journalists Dmitry Muratov and Maria Ressa were rightfully awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for their courageous work and relentless defending of media freedom. A good day because the Nobel Committee specifically referred to the freedom of expression and all those people who stand up for this fundamental right in a world in which democracy and freedom of the press face increasingly adverse conditions. A sad sign of the time, however, one could also argue, a time where strong, independent, and trustworthy journalism is often deprived from serving the public interest, contributing to a more informed and active citizenry, and as the watchdog that holds those in power to account, thereby ensuring a rich, pluralistic, and transparent media landscape. Such a price is needed to underline once more that journalists' ability to perform their work is threatened by a set of old and new interlocking challenges that have placed journalism in an increasingly precarious position. Unfortunately, this is truer than ever. All across the OSCE region, I witness a growing hostile environment for the media. There is fraying public trust and growing anti-media sentiment, exacerbated by disinformation that is circulating at an ever-increasing speed and a far-reaching scale. This negative trend is coupled with mounting violence, harassment, and pressure against journalists, specifically those investigating instances of corruption and malfeasance in both the public and the private sector. Moreover, in the online sphere, we witness the same dangerous developments, particularly targeting women journalists who continue to face additional gender-specific threats and abuse. These trends have a dramatic impact on public interest activities. They create a climate of fear and self-censorship, threaten journalism's core democratic function, and deprive the public from the crucial information they need for their full participation in our societies. All of this merits our continued attention and engagement. We need to strongly promote independent media and sustain public interest journalism across all media channels, including radio, television, print, and digital platforms. In other words, I clearly see an urgent need to step up for journalism and independent, free, and pluralistic media. This year's Southeast Media Conference on Journalism in Times of Crisis therefore serves to reaffirm the importance of journalism as an essential public good and as a crucial pillar of democratic societies. Fortunately, it's not only bad developments that we are discussing in the coming 2 days. Who has the youth has the future, they say. But to tell you frankly, I think that who has the youth has the present. Therefore, I'm particularly pleased to have a group of excellent young journalists on board at this year's conference. Their engagement in the public sphere is essential to build more inclusive and robust democratic societies. For that reason, today, during a parallel working session organized within the framework of the Youth Trail project of the OSCE presence in Albania, young journalists from the Southeast Europe region will embark on an important task to develop their position paper on how to preserve the value of journalism as a public good for all. The outline of this paper will be presented at our closing session tomorrow and steer the discussions on the future of journalism through the lens of young journalists. This is the second time that the conference takes place in Tirana and the very first one for myself since I started my mandate as OSCE representative on freedom of the media this year. Despite the challenging circumstances due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, I am pleased We have managed to bring excellent speakers and moderators from the region and beyond to share their expertise with us and steer our discussion during the 2 days event. I'm also very pleased to welcome our distinguished high-level guests, and thank you once again, Mr. Prime Minister, and representatives from the Albanian media community joining us in person today, as well as other important stakeholders from across the Southeast Europe region and beyond, who are following us now online. I'm very much looking forward to our 2 days exchange, which will provide us all with an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing reforms, persisting or evolving challenges, and viable solutions to them. The outputs from all of us here will enable myself and my office to offer tailored assistance and support in order to strengthen media freedom in line with the commitments the participating states of our organization, the OSCE, have agreed and adopted over time. Lastly, I would like to thank my team and the colleagues at the OSCE presence who have made this conference happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ribeiro. We are happy to have here among us at the panel the distinguished Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Edi Rama, and without due elaborations, I'll just pass the floor to you, sir. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. And it goes without saying that I'm pleased to be here after we already discussed with the OSCE ambassador some time ago about how to strengthen our cooperation and how to put our efforts together to create a better environment for the freedom of media and for the people involved. But on the other hand, I have to admit that I'm not precisely the right person to be invited in this kind of gatherings because of my opinions that somehow differ from the politically correct ones when it comes not to the freedom of media, but when it comes to how, in the name of freedom, so many things that go against the notion of freedom are happening. And of course, I'm referring precisely to the online spread of fake news and of behaviors that tend to be against the freedom of other people, tend to be against the rights of other people, tend to be against the common sense when it comes to the real journalism, which is based on truth, which is based on fact-checking, which is based on clear sources, and of course, which is based on the sense of mission to represent a real fourth power and to tackle other powers on the way. And of course, I think there is a very thin line, and by no doubt, it's always dangerous to try to combine and to make both live in harmony when it comes from one side, from one hand, to respect the total freedom of journalism, and on the other hand, respect the freedom of the citizens. Because I think that when it comes to the online media, the freedom of reach has somehow undermined the freedom of speech. And the freedom of speech cannot be equal to the freedom of speech. Of course, is much more easier said than done to find out how to regulate this chaotic space where truths and lies have become companions, and truths and lies live together by making very difficult sometimes the distinction between them. But on the other hand, I don't think that the best way is to shy away from the challenge and to simply keep a position where you say, in the name of the freedom, we have to simply bear the amount of lies and of allegations and of slanders and of extortions that are nowadays a big problem. I think we need to reflect on that, and I have maybe learned in the hard way that this is not about just the government or about a parliamentary majority, and even less it is about small countries. Because when it comes to face this challenge, of course, you have also to face a whole wave of prejudices and a whole wave of reactions that come from the politically correct world. So I think this is about concerted efforts of all democratic societies and democratic countries, and hopefully starting from the strongest ones to stand against the freedom of speech as equal to the freedom of speech, because it is not. It's all the contrary. And when you just try to imagine what, for example, Nazi propaganda machine would have done to the world with such a freedom of speech, it's breathtaking. Or when you, without need for imagining, try to assess what the damage is occurring in everyday life by sources of evil in this world, from terrorism to all kind of fundamentalisms, and until pedophilia and all this diseases of the modern society, that through the freedom of speech can really reach and touch a lot of human beings, a lot of marginalized groups, a lot of very weak, let's say weak parts of the organisms of our societies. So I would say that yes, it's really very important to protect as much as possible and to allow as much as possible freedom of speech to flourish, and to make sure that everyone that has something to say to be able to say it. But in the same time, this is not enough. We need to also protect people from that. And I want to conclude on personal experience from quite some time ago, when I was invited to read a piece for The Guardian. It was early 90s, and it It was my first experience with the international media. And I was really shocked about how accurate they wanted to be in the publishing of my little piece, because they didn't publish it the day it was supposed to be published, because they wanted to check with me if they could change the title. And I was not able to respond at that time in the same day, because it was a time with no mobile phones. And so they waited for me to respond. And then this experience was followed by another one, even more striking, with the New Yorker, when Jane Kramer came here to write a portrait of mine. She spent around a week and she met many people. And before leaving, she said, I have to tell you that there is one thing more left. And you have to be prepared to go through quite a neurotic process of fact-checking of my own article. And I didn't really understand in the beginning what she was talking about, but then I realized that they called and wrote to every person mentioned in the article, even for very simple, trivial things, and they wanted every person mentioned in the article to agree with every word that was in the article, quoting them. And when I told her that this is too much, maybe, she said, but this is the reason why we never lost a court case in the United States. Now, if you compare this with what is happening daily in this never-stopping flow of information through the online media, and with how many times you have to realize that you are quoted wrongly, sometimes not simply quoted wrongly, but you are exposed saying things that you didn't even think about, not say. This is really something. And beyond what this kind of search, I would say search, to not use another word, for audience and for likes and for reach is doing to people that are in office. If you go beyond the people in office and you think about normal people that are just citizens, what a harm it does. It's really unbearable. It's absolutely criminal, because at the end, when you are a politician and when you are an elected person and when you are in an office, you may train yourself to survive it, and you may tell yourself, this is what it is, as legendary Donald Trump would say, and I have to live with it. That's it. Because all the ways to counterattack are potentially dangerous ways for yourself, because you are immediately labeled like going against the freedom and blah, blah, blah. But when you see your kids, when you see your family, when you see others' families and kids being harassed publicly with lies, with slanders, with allegations that are totally baseless, what do you do? What do you do? You go to the court, and so what? For a court case to deal with that, years are needed. But in the meantime, the harm is done. And when you think also that the capacity of lies to be read and to be heard is much higher than the capacity of truth to be read or heard, this becomes really a nightmare, frankly. I'm sure that people here are familiar with that assessment made of the spread through Twitter of information, where factually inaccurate or completely untrue tweets had a far higher reach than accurate and true tweets. To simply have one of the many examples. So I think that our societies and our world is in big trouble. Of course, it's a kind of trouble that needs to be addressed in a creative way, need to be addressed without forgetting how important it is to not limit the freedom of speech while trying to regulate the freedom of speech. But I think that letting it go and simply preaching freedom in front of such a disastrous waves of lies and of untruthfulness is not the answer. I don't have the answer, because if I would have had the answer, maybe I would have won myself the Nobel Prize, but I don't have it. So that's why I am very happy that journalists win Nobel Prizes, and I'm really very respectful towards all of them that have a respect for themselves and for their mission and fight for the truth all the way, facing even brutal and dangerous regimes. But frankly, I'm not optimistic about what is going on, and I don't really understand why television or newspapers have to be regulated, and they are regulated, and online media cannot be regulated. Of course, I listen and I hear clear and loud that there is this so-called self-regulation, but I'm not sure that self-regulation is the answer vis-a-vis the speed, because the speed is beyond the limits of imagination of human beings when it comes to the volume that need to be processed to keep reaching out, and the need to just click and to be the first to let people know in a competition. It's not about one day, it's about 1 second. It's really a devastating need for the integrity of the truth and for the integrity of the media itself. But without having the answers, I stop here, because I think I said enough to be again attacked. So I don't need to say more. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Actually, what you said very much resonates with what we were thinking when drafting the program for the today and tomorrow's event, and because the next session, the first session actually of our conference, is titled Disinformation and Quality Investigative Journalism. So we'll exactly talk about the quality journalism like The Guardian and The New Yorker, which you mentioned, and how this quality journalism, investigative journalism, is a core of the media today and should be the core of the media today, and what to do with disinformation, because it hits not only politicians or the rich, but it also hits the media and trust in the media, in the professional media. And because we talk in the next session also about investigative journalism is exactly about investigation of the rich, and therefore it should be specifically protected, of course, in today's world. But that is for the next session. And now I am happy to give the floor to Vincenzo Del Monaco, the head of the OSCE presence in Albania since only November of last year. As it turns out, previously Mr. Del Monaco was ambassador to Armenia and Montenegro, and I'm happy to give you the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Dear Madam Representative, Your Excellency Prime Minister, Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this important conference in front of so many high-level speakers and such a qualified audience. And I greet each and every one of you, those who are sitting here in this room and those who are connected remotely. Meaningful events do not take place accidentally. They entail a vision, a sense of purpose, and a good dose of determination in pursuing them. And let me express my gratitude to Madam Representative on the Freedom of Media, my colleague Teresa Ribeiro, for granting her wholehearted support to the organization of today's conference here in Tirana, and for a strong leadership. And I extend my gratitude to His Excellency Prime Minister Edi Rama for his prompt support and personal engagement. Major events also rely on tested teams, and acknowledgements go to all the teams involved in the preparatory work, from Vienna to our sister OSCE field missions in the region, and of course, to my own team. The last time that Albania hosted this regional conference, as you recall, Teresa, it was in 2013. And if I'm entitled to add a personal note, 2013 was when I first visited this beautiful country, and my love story with the Albanian people has continued ever since. Dashuria ime per popullin shqiptar. The impressive progress achieved by the country in many areas in the meantime only adds to my respect. Now allow me to share with you some remarks on the agenda of our today's work ahead, maybe from a different angle. Journalism in a time of crisis, unfortunately, a very fitting title. Crisis is becoming to some extent our new normal, and the participants who are connected remotely remind us of the constraints we are still facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I will not repeat here how the pandemic impacts the functioning of democratic institutions, and we actually experience a fair number of crises within and beyond the OSCE area. Whether in time of good weather, of crisis, or of challenges, journalism remains a fundamental piece of any democratic puzzle and an extraordinary driver of social progress for any society. Hence the purpose of this conference, to hold an open and professional debate on the potential and challenges for our media landscape. We want to look ahead, and since we are in the OSCE exercise, we need to keep our eyes on the big picture. And to my own eyes, the bigger picture translates into placing individuals first, working for an open society, contributing to a secure international order. And here the role of media is paramount. Media has an objective to be supported per se, for reasons that are well known and hence pointless to list, but maybe above all, because media needs to be seen as a social synapse, an enabler, and a vehicle that connects social layers, institutions, state and non-state actors, citizens. Let us look for a moment at numbers. Compare today's Southeast Europe to 20 years ago, and it becomes obvious that progress of media is beyond contestation. With a population close to 18 million people, this region has an enormous variety of media outlets, around 3,500 currently active media outlets, an internet penetration rate between 80 and 90%, and 10 journalist departments at universities. This number signifies, at least in theory, a substantial general freedom of media, an area where information circulates without obstacles, and where journalists are interconnected. It is not by accident that the OSCE presence in Albania is conducting in parallel to this conference a meeting of the Youth Trail, a program to ensure interconnections also for young journalists. We want to have the young people to have a say on the way media shapes their lives, our lives. And I wanted to have this discussion here in Tirana, which is bound to host next year the European Youth Capital. Freedom of media should never be taken for granted, nowhere in the world. And when obstacles arise, they should be addressed swiftly and seriously. For instance, we need to make sure that journalists can operate in a conducive environment, a safe one, in principle, with free access to information. We need to support fact-based journalism, actively rejecting fake news, and ensure the independence of journalists from media ownership control. I'm speaking here about an environment that reflects today's realities, social diversity, and plurality. Let me now offer you some thoughts on some of the other panels. Bottom line is that journalism is a strategic partner of state institutions and of citizens in the effort to unlock society, to confront polarization, and to build security. It is not necessarily a new division of labor. I'm actually wondering whether we should not simply reflect on a very profound truth. Let us take a step back and once again look at the bigger picture. When we observe today's dynamics, we observe two different worlds. The first is a world with national borders. It is a world where we were taught in school, when I was a child at least, the result of classical interstate relations of Westphalian nature. But the second is a world with an unprecedented number of networks, the so-called connected world. And it is a world we observe from the outer space, following the corridors of lights, and the world of the digital platforms. Facebook has 2.85 billion active monthly users globally, which is more than double the population of the OSCE region. Instagram alone, with 1 billion global users, comes close to the inhabitants of the entire OSCE region. These numbers reflect the strength and the potential of the connected world of individuals, but also of those new digital platforms giants. Connectivity per se is not enough to connect people. To connect people, we need to give them a sense of purpose. And again, we badly need media, good media, to help achieving this major objective. Especially in times of crisis, in a time of general vacuum, even of an ethical nature, quality journalism is fundamental to offer individuals a compass to navigate the ocean of information. Media become fundamental partners of the state in contributing to the empowerment of the people, in strengthening the resilience of the nation, and ultimately the security for all. When I say partner, I'm thinking strategically, certainly not meaning that partnership translates into alignment and non-criticism. In the last 3 days, I had the opportunity to exchange with a young journalist, and I can only trust that the final panel on youth perspectives will give us the chance to receive their valuable input on the future of media in this region, their role, and how they interpret media self-regulation. The dilemma between regulation and self-regulation is actually a very critical one. Trust is yet another key concept, or I should maybe say the lack of it. I'm wondering whether this is possibly an additional challenge for this region. Importantly, trust is at the grassroots of any partnership between institutions and media, but also between public and media. Trust in quality journalism is a fundamental arrow in our approach in confronting fake news. In conclusion, I would point the cursors to us, to the OSCE, to my colleagues from the diplomatic corps. What is our role here? I truly believe that we still have an immense role to play to help people connect, to give them a sense of purpose, to work together against polarization and for a more secure world. Diplomats as carriers of a new diplomacy in a new world. This is exactly what we as the OSCE are doing, listening without exception to all interlocutors, making available a neutral table to those willing to engage in dialogue, to support policies and to connect. Because we truly believe in the enormous added value of getting individuals involved in the discourse about security, we have embraced the whole of society approach, and we concretely mainstream youth and gender across all our programmatic activities, was clearly acknowledged by all the interlocutors during the recent visit of our chairperson in office a few days ago. This is the unique and holistic understanding of security, which is embedded in our fundamental documents and which is translated into our daily activities everywhere where an OSCE field mission is operating on the ground. Thank you, Faliminderi.
Thank you, Ambassador. And at this point, the opening panel is over. We basically start the conference. And the first session, which I also moderate, is, as I said, disinformation and quality investigative journalism. We have a keynote speaker who has just appeared on the screen, Dr. Yulia Pazzetti. She's Global Director of Research at the International Center for Journalists in Washington, D.C. Please remain seated and focus on the screen as much as possible. And she is famous for a number of articles and books on disinformation studies and protection of journalistic sources, on journalism education and journalism training. And Dr. Pazzetti, you have 15 minutes for your keynote speech. I think we hear you well. If you can unmute yourself.
Yes, here I am. Hello,
Excellent,
can you hear me?
Excellent, we hear you well. Please begin.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't regard myself as famous at all, but I'm very grateful to you for introducing me in that way and highlighting some of my work. So just bear with me while I share my screen. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you in Tirana because of ongoing issues with travel connected to the pandemic, but I am going to share my screen now. Here we are. And can you just confirm for me that you can now see my screen? Is that possible?
No, Yulia, we unfortunately don't see the screen.
You can't? Okay, that's unusual. just one moment while I try to resolve this technical
Take your time,
glitch.
take your time.
It may be that we're not, because we're not in the app, it's telling me that, I'm so sorry about this. So let's see, grant permission. Okay, so I can't actually share my screen because we had to use the browser instead of the app. My sincere apologies. So I think you have on the floor, yes, you have.
We have your presentation on the screen now.
Excellent. I'm very glad we went with the backup option on this. So if I could get you to put that into presentation mode for me, and I'll suggest to you when I'm ready for you to click through to the next slide. Is that okay, tech colleagues?
Yep.
All right, so while they're getting that technology sorted, I do want to address a number of the issues that have been raised in the opening discussion through a case study approach. It is true that global journalism is facing a convergence of crises. They are indeed existential crises, and some have argued that the pandemic represented a potential extinction event for independent journalism. Certainly, there are enormous challenges, and among them is what I refer to as a new front line in the struggle for media freedom and the safety of journalists, and that sits at the nexus of hatred and disinformation, which is what I have referred to in my presentation. And colleagues, if you could please turn that presentation into present mode so that you can scroll through them. I think at the moment you're seeing the presentation, slide with all of the slides present. One of the things I want to be able to do is emphasize the gendered nature of these threats that are facing journalists internationally, because women really do sit at the epicenter of risk, women journalists. So I'm going to take you through this presentation. Just bear with the technical issues. And the first slide that you see on the screen there represents a study, a global study on journalism, specifically in terms of the experience of women journalists who suffer online violence around the world. And the cover, the title page that you see there is the title of a report called The Chilling, which examined the trends in online violence internationally, which was published earlier this year by UNESCO. It's part of a global study into online violence, which has involved a large international team of researchers examining this problem in 15 countries around the world. We conducted over 180 interviews and surveyed nearly 1,000 journalists. And in that context, we also produced a number of big data case studies on individual women journalists' experience, and I'll be focusing on one of those. But first, I think it's important to note that this is an issue at the confluence of some of the biggest threats that journalism faces, including disinformation, targeted hate speech, where journalists themselves have become a demonized group, targeted with hateful abuse and threats of violence, physical and sexual. And all of this is designed to undermine trust in credible journalism, in facts, in a way to erode democracy. And so this is why the United Nations has paid particular attention to this threat as a trend that's really challenging freedom of expression and the safety of journalists, again, specifically women journalists. And it's fair to say, based on our research, that women journalists are really now exposed to online violence at rates and with an intensity that's greater than ever. And this has attracted the attention of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, whose quote you see on the screen before you there. Just some top line data from that research to help frame this intervention. We surveyed, as I said, around 900 journalists. Over 700 of those were women. They represented a broad sweep of countries, around 125 countries they came from. And we found that among those respondents to our survey, 73% said that they had experienced online violence in the course of their work. And by online violence, we mean a combination of threats. We mean digital security and safety threats. We certainly see disinformation as a driver of these threats. But it's abuse, it's harassment, it's digital security breaches, and it involves, as I say, coordinated disinformation-laced attacks on journalists. And we also found that prime instigators of these attacks were political actors. 37% of our respondents identified political actors, government officials, elected representatives, and so on, as perpetrators, as prime perpetrators of online violence against journalists. And finally, we found that in 20% of cases, respondents said that they had experienced offline attacks that they believed had been triggered by online violence episodes, which is a very stark wake-up call, I think, because we have to understand now that online violence is very real. It causes very real psychological damage, very real impacts on individual journalists' capacity to do their jobs, but it also risks escalating offline attacks, harassment, and abuse against women journalists. And if I can get you to go to the next slide now, you'll see that another key statistic associated with this research was that 41% of the women journalists surveyed said they'd been targeted in what they believed to have been orchestrated online attacks. And we focused on two case studies, individual case studies, to illustrate this finding. One of them was Maria Ressa, the freshly anointed Nobel laureate, who was announced as one of the winners of the Nobel Peace Prize last week. and Carol Cadwallader, who's an investigative reporter in the UK for The Guardian and The Observer. We looked at and examined in a very sophisticated computational way over 2.5 million social media posts that were directed against these two women over a period of about a year. And some of the conclusions really highlight what's already been said, that they were both fighting against disinformation through investigative reporting based on facts. And in fact, they were reporting on toxic levels of disinformation within their own countries and at the global level, and reporting on the abuse of platform power. So there's a lot to learn from their experiences and from the data that we gathered that objectively proves what they've been going through. But I want to focus unsurprisingly on this woman, the extraordinary editor and CEO, digital media pioneer, Maria Ressa in the Philippines. When she accepted, or when she responded firstly to news of her win of the Nobel Peace Prize last week, she referred to the relentless campaign of harassment and intimidation that she's experienced in the Philippines. And she said herself that is a global trend. And if we can move to the next slide, that's something that I want to highlight through an analysis of her case study, which was actually published by ICFJ just before the chilling came out as a standalone detailed case study. And it is a case study that I think can provide both evidence but also inspiration for trying to counter this scourge, which is extremely difficult to respond to in an effective way. But she represents a model of how to do so, I think. So what her case highlights is the function of networked misogyny. It also intersects with racist hate speech. What we found in Maria's case was that she was demonized for being an American citizen. She's a dual national, but she was also targeted with racist hate speech, frequently compared to a monkey, for example, in some of the really vile attacks on her. Viral disinformation and coordinated disinformation campaigns are very much a feature of her experience. The concept of platform capture, as I refer to it, particularly looking at the role of Facebook as a vector for the online attacks on Maria Ressa. She's also an example, of course, of a journalist using truth to speak to power in a way designed to ensure accountability of political leaders. In this context of rising populism and authoritarianism, which we see in the Philippines and in very many other countries. We see her also as an emblem of journalists who are subjected to levels of demonization that create what we call pile-ons on journalists. So this hatred of journalists and independent media, this resistance to truth and facts. The erosion of press freedom, and with that, the decline of democracy, and of course also the escalation of online violence in the context of the pandemic, is something that we've been able to track as well through her particular case. And when we interviewed Maria for this case study, she highlighted that this was a very personal experience for her. This intersection of online violence and disinformation caused significant concern for her individually, but moreover, it was the impact on global independent journalism, democracy in the Philippines, and the threat internationally to freedom of expression and facts that she saw as a consequence of this this form of attack, which, as I say, happens online, but is fueled by the sorts of attacks and maligning that happens by political leaders offline, and also is exacerbated by state-led harassment. But that state-led harassment is in turn often enabled by the flaring of hate and disinformation used to target journalists in an online environment, particularly women journalists. And in Maria's case, I'm just moving now to this cloud of words that you can see. It's called a word cloud. You can see words there like liar, fake news queen, queen of fake news. What these indicate is that Maria Ressa was targeted for being a journalist, for speaking truth to power, but targeted in a way which involved a kind of gaslighting, where she was herself falsely accused of being a liar by various trolls, several of whom were prominent bloggers aligned with the regime of President Rodrigo Duterte. So she's called a fake news queen, a liar, the queen of fake news, but she's also abused with highly misogynistic language. She was compared to male genitalia called scrotum face, and horrible memes flooded the internet in the context of the abuse that she sustained. So I just want to take you through some of the key findings from our case study, in fact. So we found that 60%, almost 60% of the attacks on Maria Ressa that we looked at on Facebook and Twitter were designed to undermine her professional credibility, so to undermine public trust in her journalism. And as I mentioned, many of those reputation and credibility-based attacks not only used disinformation tactics against her, but also labeled her in association with disinformation. Over 40% of the attacks she experienced were at a very personal, visceral level, incredibly sexist, misogynistic, a lot of explicit abuse that she experienced. These include rape threats, death threats. And at one point she was being threatened with being raped to death. There was a campaign with a hashtag, Bring Her to the Senate, which was designed to whip up support for a state-led campaign to put her on trial. And ultimately, of course, she was put on trial. She was persecuted, then prosecuted, and then convicted on a trumped-up charge of cyber libel for using digital tools to advance independent critical journalism. And that law, problematic as it is, was used against her, and she now faces potentially decades in jail as a result of a coordinated campaign by the Philippines government. We also saw a lot of abuse flying under the radar, so abuse in the form of images and memes that are harder for the platforms to detect and to counter, which is not to say that they should not be doing much more. And that's among our other findings. If you see it, finding number 10, both Facebook and Twitter have promised to address the tide of hate that Maria Ressa experiences. And Facebook is the main vector of online violence against her, but they have failed quite dismally, although Maria Ressa says she feels safer on Twitter than on Facebook. So for every one comment that was supportive of Maria Ressa on Facebook, we found 14 comments that were attacking her. So there's this real, documented example of the level of abuse. Back up at number 7 there, much of the abuse, as I said, and threats that she has received have been fueled by President Duterte and his associates. And lightning rods for the attacks against Maria Ressa include her investigative reporting, such as that of her team at Rappler on the extrajudicial killings in the context of the so-called drug war in the Philippines. Whenever she appears in court, whenever she's on the media, whenever she wins awards, including the Nobel Prize, we see those attacks on her increase exponentially. I just want to move through now to the final slide there, which is a comment from Maria Ressa's QC, Keelan Gallagher, who points also to the criminalization of the work of Maria Ressa and Rappler in the Philippines, and how that barrage of baseless lawsuits, she refers to them as, have actually helped to amplify the online attacks on her, but that also there is, an emboldening of the violence against her, which we see in cases of online violence against women journalists around the world. And legal harassment can also be understood as an offline experience or impact of online violence. So I think you can lose the slides for now. I'm not easily keeping track of time because of the tech issues we had at the beginning, but
You're reaching the end, indeed.
Say that one more time, sorry.
You're reaching the end of your time, indeed.
Okay, all right. So let me just finish by referring back to that statement I made at the outset, which was that journalism is facing a convergence of existential crises, and there was an assertion at the beginning of the pandemic that the pandemic might represent an extinction event for independent journalism, which is a devastating thought for all of the reasons that this conference will highlight. That is the function of journalism as a public good, the function of critical, robust journalism in holding power to account, and frankly, the need for such journalism to also hold the platforms to account, including advocacy around the need for responses at the intergovernmental level, for example, that do attempt to curtail the effects of the abuse of platform power, but to end on a highlight that is in fact positive and hopefully inspiring, even in the face of all of this intense violence, which includes the online attacks that I just referenced there, that Maria Ressa and Rappler have experienced. Despite this, despite 5 years now of unrelenting harassment and abuse on and offline, Rappler has managed to find, as a commercial entity, new strands of revenue to replace some of the revenue that has been lost as a result of alienation by advertisers who are afraid to associate with Rappler and Maria Ressa in the Philippines because of the threat that the government poses. But they have found these new streams of revenue in the face of this crisis. They have never flinched from speaking publicly and standing up to the threats, describing the threats, advocating for independent journalism. And they have found these new streams of revenue through their very investigative work. They have found themselves being able to monetize, if you like, their research capacity, which is targeting disinformation networks and provides insights into the challenges provided by platform capture on a global scale. And they are stronger financially than they even were 5 years ago as a result of their combination of research and activism and community engaged journalism. And I think that is something that we can focus on, as a source of inspiration, as I say, but also as some kind of instruction or instructive kind of example. There is a lot out there, which I'll share in the chat during this next session, that documents the way in which Rappler and Maria Ressa in particular have responded to these threats in constructive and effective ways, which might be useful for the many journalists, hopefully, who are participating in this conference. And I'll leave it there, and I hope you appreciate the need to indulge me with a slight pivot towards focusing on our Nobel laureate today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm now behind the curtains leading the session, but it was a very detailed presentation, not only for the session, I would say, but for the whole conference, because all the issues that you covered are very much interconnected and will be discussed during today and tomorrow, because you spoke not only about quality journalism, but also about defamation and trolls on social media and on hate speech, safety of journalists, disinformation, of course, pandemic, and definitely you even mentioned the historical decision of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee. And we will see, of course, in the coming years how important it was for freedom of expression protection. Please stay with us. At the end of the session, I hope we will have time for questions and answers. And therefore, I also address the respected panelists here and online to please restrict them to 5 to 6 minutes if possible, so that we could have at least some discussion and some question and answers, because already there are some questions sent to Q&A and requests for floor. We will go in the order which is in the agenda, and the first speaker is Milka Tadic-Mijevic. She is president of the Center for Investigative Reporting in Montenegro, once called information hero by the Reporters Without Frontiers. She writes she used to write a lot about corruption and disclosure of corruption, and she was even fired for political reasons. I don't think many of the journalists can claim such a destiny. And with due respect, I give floor to you, dear Milka. Please tell us about your experience and about your views on the topic.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I must say that this is my first conference which I'm attending in person after the crisis of pandemic. So thank you very much once again. And I will start maybe with the context from the country I'm coming from. First time in our history last year, we have experienced the transition of power through elections. After 30 years of power of Democratic Party of Socialists. During these 30 years, we faced a lot of pressure on journalists and the Democratic Party of Socialists even started negotiations with the EU, but country is in 2012, but country still has a lot of problems with rule of law, corruption, and journalists critical of the governments used to face pressure. Country, according to the Freedom House report, 2020 Freedom House report, country is not functional democracy, and we really have a long way to go. Professional media has been financially drained through cuts of advertising for decades. Our public service is still not really a public service. It's usually it's controlled by powerful structures. We will see what will be now, because recently we changed the management of the RTCG. Physical and verbal violence against independent media and journalists has been present for decades, and some media are still without transparent ownership. In Reporters Without Borders 2020 World Press Freedom Index, Montenegro has been on the bottom in Europe, ranked 104th place. In regular reports from State Department to EU progress reports, those reports are expressing serious concerns regarding media freedom and position of journalists in Montenegro. In the past, we had murder. Journalist Duško Jovanović was killed, many physical attacks, and many of those cases of violence against journalists are still unsolved. The situation, I think, during this COVID crisis, the position of media and journalists did not, unfortunately, change on better, but maybe on worse. And Montenegro was the most economically affected country by the pandemic in Europe last year after Spain. During the pandemic, media is suffering huge economic losses, while the volume of work has increased significantly. Many journalists worked in different conditions. Some of them are working from home. The volume of work and number of working hours have significantly increased. The number of employed journalists increased by 60% last year. Economic crisis and pandemic are, of course, not good environment for professional media. And how this situation, how the crisis with the professional media actually is worsening the pandemic situation, I can maybe say in a couple of the words. Presenting the results of the survey of this July. 1 in 3 citizens of Montenegro believe in coronavirus conspiracy theories. Most of those who believe in misinformation and conspiracy theories stated that they did not compare and contrast information about the pandemic from multiple sources. Most of them are not interested at all in serious investigations regarding the pandemic and serious professional journalistic work. Among citizens who believe in COVID-19 conspiracy theories, there are significantly more of those who would not want to be vaccinated. Most of them would not want their children to receive all the recommended vaccines, including the MMR vaccine. So professional media and journalists, I think, are now more vulnerable due to the economic crisis, pandemic, shrinking market, and difficult transition to the new digital environment. That's why they are not strong enough to fight fake news. In Montenegro, this information undermines fights against COVID-19 pandemic. Less than 35% of Montenegrin citizens are vaccinated due to mistrust in vaccine and science. Last month, Montenegro had one of the highest incidence of coronavirus cases in Europe and the highest confirmed COVID-19 mortality rate per million people in Europe. So data on the impact of conspiracy theories on citizens' behavior indicate how important it is for public health to strengthen professional journalism, media literacy, and open media for science experts, doctors, etc. I would stop here and I will give a floor to the others, but I think that we are slowly losing battles with the fake news, especially during this pandemic time.
Thank you. I don't agree that we should be that pessimistic about losing battle, but definitely it will come up in the questions and answers. And Montenegro, of course, it was in the news not only because of fake news on COVID, but also during the election campaign when there was a lot of disinformation disseminated in the media in the country. And definitely would like also to learn from you about best practice of the center, which you lead in counteracting in one way or another, directly or indirectly, such disinformation. But I give the floor to the next speaker, who is a good friend of our office and a partner for many years. Sarah Clark should be online.
I am.
Good. She is head of Europe and Central Asia of Article 19, world famous freedom of expression organization. But we know Sarah also from her previous work in PEN International before 2019, where she worked on advocacy of PEN International. with international organizations included, and of course OSCE was one of those international organizations. So we are happy to see you again in your new capacity, and would like to learn about what you do in London in Article 19 on the topic of our session. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, and good morning all. I'm sorry to not be there in Tirana with you today, but I hope to see you all very soon after this pandemic. As you know, Article 19 is a freedom of expression organization, so we really approach issues of disinformation from an international human rights perspective. And I really wanted at the outset, I think really in response to Prime Minister Rama's comments, just to clarify, that it's important to restate that freedom of expression and the protection of the media are not issues of political correctness or not. These are the international commitments of Albania and all OSCE members. And it's really essential that we're grounding our responses in international human rights law, which is in the commitments of the states, so they're not optional. I'd begin just by situating some of the work that Article 19 has been doing on disinformation over the last 30 years. And we've been very lucky to work extensively in the Balkans during that time. We've worked on developing policy standards, on monitoring legislative initiatives to promote a balanced approach to disinformation that combines effectiveness with the protection of freedom of expression. I hope you're all familiar with the UN Special Rapporteur's joint declaration on freedom of expression, fake news, disinformation and propaganda. That's a great resource, which is from the OSCE as one of those rapporteurs, and it's an important resource that we should be really referencing a lot in today's discussion. And we're also at the moment working a lot on the DSA and the Digital Services Act in the EU, which is one of the really important areas of legislative advances around issues of disinformation. We've pioneered the issue of social media councils, which promote a multi-stakeholder approach to content regulation. And we're also doing some work on awareness raising campaigns on disinformation. So we've just done one in Ireland called Keep It Real. We have a project now in Bosnia on social media for peace. And we hope to be doing a lot more work on disinformation in Serbia in the years ahead. So that's just sort of a small overview of what we're doing. And we have consistently advocated for the support of independent investigative journalism and the development of media and information literacy as highly effective responses to disinformation and effective instruments to reinforce resilience to fake news. So I think, all of that is really to say that disinformation in all of its complexity, which Julie has really well outlined, requires a nuanced and complex response, but certainly from Article 19's perspective, and there's growing consensus that it must be grounded in international human rights law. I think one of the biggest issues, as we know, in the challenges that we faced is the lack of firm definitions. So as you'll know, there are no universally accepted definitions of disinformation, and the lack of agreement has made the response challenging. The lack of consensus has underlined the complex, intrinsically political and contested nature of the concept. And what we've seen is many state responses being problematic, heavy-handed, and having a detrimental impact on human rights. We also know that the companies, and Julia's really highlighted this, have played really a major role in both the spread of information and that their efforts to address the problem have been highly inadequate. And we just need to see the most recent Facebook revelations to see also the level of knowledge that social media companies have had about their role in this ecosystem. So I'm not going to talk too much about the companies here today because we're obviously focused on the member states and also on the importance of investigative journalism, but obviously the companies play a phenomenally important role in all of this. So having, looked at how difficult it is to define this, I think what's really important is to clarify the differences between disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, and ensuring that as we focus on battling disinformation and misinformation, where there's that lack of intent to spread harmful speech, is not being, we're not having overly broad responses, because that's really our concern at the moment with many of the fake news and disinformation laws that are emerging. And I would single out Russia here as having a particularly problematic fake news law in terms of its criminal sanctions, and our worry that other states in the region may begin to copy that sort of legislation. So at the outset, I'd like to just flag how problematic that Russian legislation is, and it's extremely contrary to Article 19 in the ICCPR. And I would really urge member states to be extremely cautious as they look or not to regulate issues around disinformation and fake news. There is growing evidence that disinformation tends to thrive where human rights are constrained, where public information is not robust, and where media quality, diversity, and independence is weak. And conversely, where freedom of opinion and expression is protected, civil society, journalists, and others are able to challenge falsehoods and present alternative viewpoints. We therefore see that international human rights law is a powerful and the most appropriate framework for addressing this issue. So when we look at the importance of investigative journalism and robust public information, we have this clear evidence that these are the strongest antidotes to disinformation. And on this note, just as we highlight the importance of public information regimes, I draw attention to a statement actually today that we're about to publish, Article 19, as a member of the Media Freedom Rapid Response, which highlights our serious concern over a new media and information agency, which is established by the government of Prime Minister Edi Rama in Albania. And this proposal would centralize control over the government's public relations within a single entity. So just obviously because the conference is there in Tirana, and Albania is playing such an important role, we really want to address the Albanian authorities to urge them to immediately cancel its establishment and to ensure it will not be used to further solidify control over the flow of public information. We've had many discussions with the Albanian authorities over the last number of years. We've met with Prime Minister Rama, and we'll be closely monitoring this development as it goes forward. But I would just really caution against this development as really contrary to the sort of public information regimes that we are recommending as effective means of combating disinformation. It's also very disturbing, when we think of how important, we just heard about the importance of the work of journalists like Maria Ressa in combating disinformation. It's very disturbing that this is a global trend and a seriously regional trend in Southeast Europe, that we see such intense smear campaigns against journalists, and again, particularly female journalists. In the region, we see these smear campaigns have been directed from the highest levels of government. Article 19 and our partners have documented these in detail in Serbia, Albania, and Montenegro. And we see that these smear campaigns become even more pernicious on social media networks. So Julie has really outlined how this works. But these attacks erode public trust in journalism at a time where public trust in journalism is at a crisis point. It also makes journalists much more fearful about doing their job. So we're seeing a real escalation in smear campaigns in the region that you'll all be aware of. This is extremely dangerous. we know, and unfortunately we have the evidence, that smear campaigns are often preceded or followed by physical campaigns. One need only think of the case of Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta, where her assassination was preceded by huge smear campaigns and other forms of online harassment. So we're really, we're really highlighting that disinformation poses a threat not only to the safety of journalism and journalists, but also to the media ecosystem in which they're operating, because it forces the legacy media, the independent media, to divert precious resources from reporting to dispelling and debunking lies. So in addition to all of the financial issues that the media is facing, the fake news and disinformation focused on them is diverting what precious resources they have. And then I also wanted to reinforce Julie's point about gender disinformation campaigns, and maybe just to draw your attention to the work that we've been doing with the Office of the Representative on Freedom of the Media for the Safety of Female Journalists online work. Very quickly, I think just to talk about some recommendations from our side.
Sarah, please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude.
Just vitally important that the responses are grounded in international human rights law, that we do not see the criminalization of fake news, and that we see the continued and much increased funds to investigative journalists and media literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, very much. And we didn't plan it this way, but the next speaker might be in position to reply to some of your questions related to Albania. You spoke mostly about regulation, and it's quite appropriate that the next speaker is Ms. Elisa Spiropali, who is Minister of State for Relations with Parliament. She was elected twice as a member of Parliament, and she headed the Young Socialist group of the Socialist Party. And we are happy that you take part in this panel as a politician, and please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, journalists and civil society representatives, dear guests. It's a great pleasure I address this important OSCE conference here in Tirana. Warm congratulations to Ambassador Del Monaco and his team for such an impressive achievement and the passion and diligence with which they pursued the task. This Friday, the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to journalists Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov for their courageous fight for freedom of expression in their countries. This comes at the time when the Committee to Protect Journalists reported that 274 journalists were imprisoned in 2020, the highest rate since 1992, and said the number of journalists singled out for murder for their work more than doubled in 2020. We know this all too well. Only 31 years ago, it would have been inconceivable to imagine free media outlets or independent journalists in the last Stalinist country in Europe. The ones that tried suffered the worst of fates, like Fadil Kokomani and Vangel Lejo, two courageous journalists of Radio Tirana that were executed in 1979 for standing up for their ideas, for publicly denouncing the terror, for denouncing the gruesome abuse of human rights and the isolation of Albania. To come back to our times of crisis where great opportunities arise, how appropriate and yet how challenging to live up to the mission in a time where our routines and our norms have dramatically changed. The pandemic has impacted deeply our communication and connectivity, as well as the functioning of institutions. True, but it cannot change the essence of our common mission to truthfully engage in democratic debates that drive social change. The ambassador mentioned that in 20 years, the progress of media in Southeast Europe is beyond contestation. Enormous variety of media outlets, around 3,500 currently active, and internet penetration rate between 80% and 90%, and many organizations that guard over media freedom. According to a study on media freedom from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the number of media outlets in Albania is relatively high compared to the country's population. The right to establish a media outlet is guaranteed by law for all individuals and organizations. The number of newspapers and magazines published all over the country is higher than 200. The Albanian Media Institute counted 22 daily publishing newspapers as of 2017. Print media is not obliged to publish their circulation and sales. According to unofficial data, the most widely sold newspaper in the country doesn't exceed 20,000 copies a day, while most of the newspapers sell less than 1,000 copies a day. The number of online media and blogs has widely spread in recent years. The IRIX 2021 report shows a continuous rise of internet penetration along with the use of social media in Albania. With the freedom, the means, and the ways to connect in a more intertwined world comes the great responsibility of quality and fact-based journalism. Disinformation is globally recognized as disruptive to the normal functioning of democratic societies, economies, and political systems. In recent years, fake news and coordinated disinformation campaigns have been an instrument of geopolitical influence. They afflicted elections in both established and new democracies and undermined social and political solidarity in response to global challenges, such as the recent COVID-19 pandemic. The European Union identified the exposure of citizens to large-scale disinformation as a major challenge for Europe in 2018, undertaken an increasingly ambitious program of action to counter this evolving threat. In no region in Europe is this threat more acute than in the Western Balkans, the European Union reports. As a theater of geopolitical disputes, sharply polarized politics, and fragile civil societies, the Western Balkans are a particularly attractive target for both foreign and domestic actors to alter, undermine, and delegitimize the outcomes of democratic processes. The region thus presents a critical challenge, an opportunity at the same time to identify and pursue strategies for restoring order to disordered communication, bolstering democracy and building stability. In light of these developments, the European Parliament adopted the resolution of 10 October 2019 on foreign electoral interference and disinformation in national and European democratic processes, where it states that it strongly condemns the increasingly aggressive action of state and non-state actors from third countries seeking to undermine or suspend the normative foundations and principles of European democracies and the sovereignty of all EU accession countries in the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership countries, as well as to influence election and support extremist movements. A study of the European Union also shows, however, that foreign actors are minority players in the disinformation game in these countries. Most of the producers and disseminators of disinformation in the Western Balkans are domestic and pursue local political or economic aims. The Balkan Barometer data confirms that levels of trust in the media throughout the region are even lower than they are for politicians and the state. The result is an environment in which malicious domestic and international actors have ample resources to manipulate the information space and face relatively little resistance from the state, journalists, or even citizens themselves. According to the barometer, the media mistrust in the Western Balkans ranges from 58.5% in Kosovo to 79.5% in Serbia and the other countries in between. In Albania, it's 60%. The level of mistrust is huge and is fueled by the evolved campaigns of defamation and disinformation from these sources that continuously harm its credibility. The rapid spread of the internet and growing use of social media in Albania has significantly affected the behavior of existing and traditional media as well as native digital media. The emergence of online outlets has dramatically changed the whole media landscape. But even though online media have become one of the main sources of information in Albania, Albanian legislation currently provides no definition or regulation of online media. Access to the internet as a means of communication to exercise freedom of expression and information is guaranteed. A survey of 2019 of the use of information technology by families and individuals conducted by the Albanian National Institute of Statistics showed that 82.2% of all households have now access to the internet, compared to 80.7% a year earlier and 66.4% in 2017. So showing that it's rapidly growing in importance and influence, and yet no legislation. In 2018, the European Union officially announced the launch of a battle against disinformation. Looking carefully at the internal regulatory initiatives of each member states of the European Union, we address this phenomena by adopting the resolution of the European Parliament, which was voted in the European Parliament with 469 votes in favor, 143 votes against, and 47 votes abstention. We adopted this resolution in our parliament in the same spirit as the European Union to bolster the ability of governments, journalists, civil society, and the public to push back against disinformation. The Albanian parliament, in the context of the resolution, strongly emphasized the fact that the freedom of speech and expression, protection of personal data, and media pluralism stems from the Constitution of Albania as a cornerstone of democratic societies. But urged the state, the government, and the independent institutions to assess the security environment, the legal framework, the analytical and operational capacities of the structures relating to the recording, preventing, and responding to the risk posed by foreign and domestic forces in the electoral process, financing hybrid attacks, disinformation, in line with European best practices. Albania has taken the important steps in guaranteeing media freedom, and there's no doubt about that. Although there is much to be done in the fight against the debauchery of disinformation and fake news. In some cases, powerful political and economic interests have been able to push back efforts at an anti-disinformation legislation in order to protect their own ability to benefit from disinformation operations. The EU study reports also that data from Facebook shows that even the country's highest quality media in Albania are important channels for distributing disinformation. The counter-disinformation initiatives seem vague compared to the gravity of the problem. There are sporadic efforts of fact-checking, which has become one of the dominant methods of responding to disinformation globally. There is such a project in Albania. It's called Faktoje, funded by USAID. Projects like this are also present and well-funded in the region. However, there is no robust way of measuring the overall impact of a counter-disinformation initiative and these initiatives. Public education initiatives are also a pillar of global approaches to counter disinformation. Public education generally designed to increase sensitivity in the media consumers to the presence of disinformation, raise the general level of media literacy, and build social resilience. These initiatives are present, but also very vague and with no measurable effective impact. It is imperative that quality journalism joins effort with institutions to give a moral compass, as the ambassador said, to the public, to increase credibility and work for building trust that is fundamental for progress and social change. It is in your hands to strengthen self-regulation, which is frankly not working, and professional ethics to deepen media literacy for citizens and to counter hate speech and defamation by promoting the cooperation between journalists in the field of ethics is also great training for their cooperation in demanding their legitimate rights from governments too. Once again, thank you to the organizers for this outstanding opportunity to come together and share frankly our perspectives and ideas. Have a fruitful rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think what you started with and ended with is quite important, because if we have people like, or journalists like Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov, and support them in as much as, in a way, Nobel Peace Prize Committee supported them by giving them Nobel Prize, we could also raise the trust in the value of freedom of expression and in the value of investigative journalism, because both Maria Ressa and, in a way, the news outlet of Dmitry Muratov are famous for investigative reporting and quality reporting. And that's, in my view, this is very much linked support of such journalists and future of journalism in a way. But thank you. The next speaker is, all other speakers are here, and the next speaker is Bardil Yashari. He is founder and the executive director of Metamorphosis Foundation from North Macedonia. The foundation deals with issues of open government and digital freedom, and in a way, your counterbalance of governments and governments' views in many cases on media freedom, and trying to also disclose corruption, etc. So please talk to us about your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, dear participants. I'm really glad to have the opportunity to speak about the experience that Metamorphosis has in dealing with disruptive tendencies using media manipulation and disinformation. And Metamorphosis has been tackling disruption of democracy using media manipulation, disinformation since 2011, when at that time we experienced state capture by then a political party with very strong autocratic tendencies. And it was at that time that we, in 2011, started the Truth Meter service, which is a political fact-checking service. Then later in 2012, with the support of USAID, we established the Media Fact-Checking Service that aimed to incite and promote professional journalism, but also demand from the citizens for professional journalism. Later in 2018, with the support of the European Union, we have implemented the Critical Thinking for Media Literacy project, where we added, besides fact-checking and debunking false information, we add a very important aspect and layer of capacity building, especially related to critical thinking. And we see this as a very important and relevant effort in combating the harmful effect of disinformation. Later on in 2012, we established the cooperation with Facebook through their third-party fact-checking program. And now, since then, we have, of course, not only upgraded and complemented our work, our fact-checking and debunking with advocacy efforts, because we want to have an environment, an ecosystem which is resilient to disinformation campaign and malign influence. But also we have done, and we continuously do, a lot of capacity building activities, not only for journalists, for media organizations, but also for the general audience. So what our experience from this range of projects that deal with media manipulation and disinformation show is that it is very difficult to say that we can combat disinformation only with fact-checking and debunking. It's an important part of the work and the battle to create a public record, to create a credible source where interested parties can go and check information, but it's only part of the work that should be done in order to really diminish the harmful impact that disinformation do have in our society and on our democracy. What we also learned from our experience is that there is a, and it was also mentioned before, that there is an important gap between the government and the citizens. And also there is this lack of trust between the government and the citizens, but also there is a decreased trust, a very important decreased trust in the media. And why this is important from different kind of reason, but for us it is also important because it provides a space for populist demagogues, conspiracy theorists to provide their story, and they, let's say, occupy this space with their story and do not leave space for a critical debate and for quality journalism. So they exploit this space, and then they do not, as I said, provide space for journalism. But on the other hand, this also showed that it is very important for the government to be open and transparent and accountable. So this is, let's say, one of the preconditions in order to diminish conspiracy theories, manipulation, and also other types of propaganda. And from this is from one hand. From the other hand, it's also important that media do become more relevant. What we have noticed in Macedonia is, but also in the region, that people do not find journalism relevant to them. Journalism no longer help citizen progress in life. And this is an issue because then, of course, it again provides space for people offering more attractive and more interesting stories. And it is, from our research and our project showed that it is very easy and there is a fertile ground for those theories if you do not have journalism based on fact, or you do not have government information who are timely and accurate and would leave no space for misinterpretation and disinformation. Another very dangerous consequence of this government being not transparent and unaccountable and media being less relevant than they used to be is that it also, apart from providing space for populists and demagogues, it also provides space for foreign actors who do have hostile agenda for the region and use disinformation campaign to amplify the existing discord, to amplify ethnic tension, to exploit also religious, ethnic, and other political tensions, radicalize the population, fragmentize it, and then but sometimes also create conflicts and hate, which is also a very, let's say, disruptive tendency, because it's disrupt the cohesion within the society. And of course, as I said, journalism should change. It should be more solution news, constructive news. And this is not something new. It has been done, but it is important because it is a manner to bring back the facts in the public discourse. And this is what we are lacking. Another experience and lessons learned that we have from our project is that citizens, consumers of information, everyone do not have the necessary skills to recognize propaganda. So, and we have to build and rebuild critical thinking skills among the population. We need a mass education effort that would include all stakeholders. It should not be only a project by an NGO, it should be a state systemic and structural approach to create generation with media literacy skills that will be able to navigate safely the new digital environment, this new information ecosystem, which is by nature very democratic, but of course and open, and by being open it can also be misused as it is. So then another issue that we have noticed through our project, and that's why apart from the project that I mentioned, we also established two online media outlets, is one in Albanian and one in Macedonian. is that there is a lack of professional journalism. And this professional journalism is very important. For example, in Macedonia last year, only 3 students were enrolled in the Faculty of Journalism. And most of the people working in the media have not been educated for journalism. And this have another consequences, and that is that now people, especially younger generation, has never experienced what professional journalism is. And when we say journalism is an important part of democracy and democratic system, they cannot understand it quite, because what they have experienced is mostly public relations, being commercial or by the government. So this is another issue which is important. And last but not least, it should be a holistic joint effort, but by all stakeholders, the government, media organization, journalists, the NGOs, the education, the academia, to reaffirm the role of journalism in our society. And by reaffirming, it means that the basic thing that we should do is to perform based on our mandate in our society and act responsibly. So it was mentioned also before, having responsible journalism, responsible government, responsible journalists, then it doesn't mean that the problem will be solved, but at least the harmful effect will be diminished. And yes, media do have a great power, but as Uncle Ben in Spider-Man says, with great power come great responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to know that your presentation was probably the first where you mentioned so many times the word citizens and population, because indeed what we are doing and what the media are doing is very important for the population and for citizens. And you listed a number of measures to counteract disinformation. Indeed, probably none of these measures is effective alone. It definitely should be a combination of different methods and different activities. But also coming back to the previous speech about effectiveness of counteracting disinformation, again, we probably there is no scientific proof that using, I don't know, media literacy or fact checking, we can reach a lot. But a combination of everything should work. I mean, otherwise, we are at a loss indeed. But I think it's also important that indeed, the issue of fake news and disinformation becomes high on the agenda of citizens, of population, not just of the government, not just of the public speakers or politicians or even the media, but for every citizen, every family. This should become an issue in the same way as, I don't know, rising prices or education for kids is an issue for families. Only then we can talk about effectiveness of other measures to fight disinformation. We have 2 more speakers, and I give floor to Christina Voko, who is Executive Director of BIRN, or Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. And BIRN, based in Tirana, is also doing similar activity, but in this country on anti-corruption and transparency of the government. And Christina, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. I have to start by saying that, of course, when I was thinking about today's speech yesterday, I had written down too many different things, mainly focused on challenges and opportunities, how to change the media scene, how to increase the trust into the media, etc. But of course, now I have to face the elephant in the room, and it was the speech of our Prime Minister earlier on. And of course, I'll focus on some of the key words that he mentioned before. And starting by the smear campaign, I would say, when I looked at the word cloud that Dr. Passetti showed us about the attack toward the journalist, Teresa, it didn't look much different from what we heard today. The main key words were liar and fake news. So why we are facing this? We have reported it continuously, the smear campaigns and use of such derogative speech toward journalists and media of course, has a lot of consequences. It's not only how politicians look at media, but how politicians influence the public discourse, how such kind of positioning of the government and of public institution bring as a response worst working condition for journalists, impunity of physical attacks toward journalists, more slap cases from political actors, but also from private companies, most of them contractors of the government. And of course, an increased self-censorship among the journalists themselves, who fears about their physical security, and of course, emotional and job security. And the second keyword, also, of course, was about regulation. I have to correct the Prime Minister here about the misinformation that in Albania we regulate newspapers. No, we don't regulate newspapers. And that was, of course, one of the main reasons of the 2-year fight of civil society organization, journalists, and also with the support of international organization against what we call the draconian law for the regulation of online media. And lucky enough, especially after the intervention of the Venice Commission, the law, once approved by the parliament, didn't, and vetted by the president, didn't pass again. But now we have new challenges ahead and new governmental initiatives, as Sarah very clearly mentioned before, and we welcome, of course, their support as a group of international organization. We have this new agency that is the Media and Information Agency. Why it's important to talk about it? Because the Prime Minister emphasized the need and his personal experience he has had previously with professional newspapers, world-known newspapers, of the right to respond, of the right to reply, something that is continuously refused, rejected to the Albanian journalists, which doesn't have access to interview public authorities. The messages are totally controlled. Most of the independent media and journalists are not allowed to raise questions. And of course, he mentioned media should be based on facts. I fully agree. I think everybody in this panel agree. But in the last years, we have seen a deterioration of the transparency of both public institution and judiciary institution. Of course, the earthquake played a huge role. Of course, COVID and pandemic played a huge role. But we are in a worse position than ever. Transparency, access of journalists and of the general public into public documents and data is in a worse position. It's deteriorating day by day. So these are some of the challenges, and I have to mention one more keyword that I think we'll all use from now on because I never heard it before: freedom of reach. Freedom of reach. Our Prime Minister was very concerned about the freedom of reach. And if we looked at the need of to fight against tabloidization of the media, yes, we can talk for hours. But by the other hand, we have to be very conscious that unfortunately professional media have lost a lot in their battle of reach toward the politicians that have their own channels, like Edi Rama TV station, toward politicians and public institutions who have huge PRs and produced on daily basis pre-edited video, which are aired at every TV station in the country. And unfortunately, we have a Prime Minister which has the biggest reach in the social media. And unfortunately, even today, he had the biggest reach, because as soon as he left, almost all the ambassadors left. So freedom, yes, we have to discuss about freedom of reach, but we have to discuss it as a challenge. What media, professional media and journalists should do in order, and what alternative, let's say, approaches we should use to reach the citizens that we want to serve, but also to counter disinformation, misinformation, and most importantly in our region, propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, what you said is quite important, although I understand you're quite emotional, and I doubt that total control is an appropriate phrase to talk about Albania. Also, I believe, at least in the translation, the Prime Minister was talking about the regulation of television and radio and possible need to regulate online media because of that, not on regulation of the newspapers or print press. Indeed, facts are sacred and opinions are free. That's the motto of the Guardian newspaper. And that's also one of the key elements of what you said. And for us, all facts should be sacred, indeed. Next speaker is Milovan Nikolic, who is assistant editor of Fake News Tragač. Milovan is based in Serbia, and he's an expert in technical things related to fake news, such as photo or video forensics. I have a vague idea what it is, but maybe you'll clarify some of the points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really grateful to talk with you about the problem of disinformation, especially during the COVID crisis that we are still actually living. In the times of crisis, quality information becomes really important to the general public. That is the way they guide themselves through the uncertain times, through the horrible times they're living in. And the role of journalists in such times is really important. They're faced with additional challenges to satisfy the increased need for information that public is showing, but also to still maintain the level of professionalism, accuracy, and clarity that is in the definition of journalism in general. However, with that increased need for information, there is bound to happen increased spike of disinformation as well. So this COVID-19 pandemic actually brought us a new word to our to our professional vocabulary, and that's infodemic. According to the research published by Friedrich Neumann Foundation, during the first 10 months of 2020, regional fact-checkers from CCheck network, that is consisted of fact-checking organizations from the region, Serbia, Montenegro, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, published over 750 analyses that included over 4,600 articles that were debunked on the subject of COVID-19. My organization, Fake News Tracker, marked over 250 media outlets that spread false news about coronavirus and pandemic. And what is alarming is that among those 250 news outlets, most prominent ones were the dailies, Informer, Alo, Kurir, Espresso, and so on, which just goes to show how actual false news in Serbia, fake news in Serbia, go to public easily. This number of media, 250, is probably even higher. Given our capacities, we only check certain narratives once and do not come back to check them again. So probably the number of media that spread such narratives is even higher. And in Serbia, most of the articles were related to false medicaments and the origin of coronavirus. And on the subject of false medicaments, a really huge role had pseudoscience and so-called corona influencers, actually charlatans, that were proposing some kinds of medicines or cures to corona that were not medically or scientifically supported. Just during the lockdown period in Serbia, 43 of such narratives were marked by my organizations. And what is horrifying is that those 43 narratives had over 220,000 shares on Facebook just in that 1 month of lockdown. And although the coronavirus presented a new threat to humanity, disinformation that were spread about it followed the already established patterns that were tested in many different scenarios, which included fear, uncertainty, and, as I said, charlatans of various sorts who gave out the knowledge well beyond their expertise. And when I talk about those charlatans who appear in media and help the spread of fake news, who do I think about? Well, firstly, those are anonymous experts that are actually imaginary people presented in media as experts on topics such as coronavirus. In Serbia, we had an expert from Wuhan telling us that if you have a runny nose, there is no chance that you have a coronavirus, which was, well, wrong and dangerous in so many ways. Secondly, when I talk about those charlatans, I'm thinking about non-experts posing as doctors. We had a case with alleged doctor Robert Young, who served a prison sentence for practicing medicine without a license, and his thoughts about coronavirus were spread on social media as a solid advice to general public. Thirdly, there are doctors who go well beyond their expertise to show us a way to fight with coronavirus. In Serbia, we had Dr. Nada Kostic, an endocrinologist, who was proponent of conspiracy theory that coronavirus is a biological weapon that is bound to destroy humanity, and leaned heavily on QAnon conspiracy theory movement. And finally, and probably the most dangerous sort of, I'm still going to call them charlatans, are professionals with appropriate medical expertise that are talking nonsense about, 3 more minutes, I promise, about coronavirus. In Serbia, as you probably all know, we had Dr. Branislav Nestorović, who was spreading not only fake news and misinformation about corona, but also about how Serbs are, as a nation of Nikola Tesla and Novak Djokovic, are immune to coronavirus and will survive it no matter what happens. So as I said, the scientific information about the coronavirus, its origins, prevention, and treatment models were focused on a new topic, but followed an established pattern that we had even when we were talking about previous pandemics, or when we are talking about international relations and so on. In that light, 2021 brought us nothing new, actually. We're still talking about coronavirus, just now it's not origin of the virus that is main concern or dangers of the virus, but actually the problem of vaccination and spread of fake news about vaccines that is actually doing more harm than anything that came before it, and is heavily leaning on narratives that were spread 20 years ago about MMR vaccine. So unfortunately, pandemic showed us all the weaknesses of the modern information society. Media outlets that usually spread fake news are motivated by the money and not professional standards of journalism, and the need for speed and copy-paste journalism is just aiding them in the spread of fake news. So in order to reduce the well, already mentioned the reach of fake news. As my colleague speakers already said, I think that paramount thing is improving the actual media literacy of general public, but also the media literacy of journalists as well. And not only media literacy, but scientific literacy. Science is complicated, and it's complicated for a reason, to be precise. And in such way, it is not easily presented in media to the common public. And that is something that that needs to be worked on. Also, final statement. final statement and advice for journalists is to choose their experts wisely and carefully. Someone who received the Nobel Prize doesn't know everything about anything and is not a viable source of information for a pandemic, let's say. So in words of Daniel Patrick Moynihan, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And especially thank you for your classification of charlatans. It's always helpful. There are indeed plenty of them. But again, I mean, the media should disclose those charlatans, not give them platform to talk. Yeah, all right. We have very little time and we have several questions. First of all, I would like to give voice to one of those present here, especially because she is from Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country which was not represented in the panel.
Yes, I am here. Yeah. Thank you very much. I am Borka Rudic and I am Secretary General of Association of BA Journalists. Thank you, Christina, for your comments and introduced speech. I would like say something you said, because we are on the Conference of Media Freedom and the Safety of the Journalists. Safety of the journalists in crisis time. But today we got 2 lessons on media freedom and obligation of the journalists by politicians. It's good. But I think that the politicians in conversation with the journalists must to respect very hard occasion and very hard context where journalists work. I think that today we must talk more than to obligation of the state to decrease attacks and threats to the journalists, made efficient state instruments to solve all cases, all threats to the journalists in the favor to the journalists. I think that politicians must thinking about new instruments to mapping all violence against the journalists in our countries. I have one question to the Madame Elisa. I don't read any investigations or research about citizen opinion on politicians and trust in the media also, and the trust to the politicians and political party. My organization prepares each year research among 500 citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And citizens of my country told that they believe journalists, civil society organization, religion community, politicians and political party are on the bottom that list. I have 2 comments more, 1 comment and one question. Fake news and hate speech don't depart of the professional journalism. They don't part of the professional journalists, and the state and the action against hate speech and fake news by state institutions wouldn't be to restrict media freedom. I think that we have in our countries, in Balkan region, a lot of opportunity through the criminal legislation to decrease hate speech. And also we have opportunity in accordance to the European standard to decrease fake news within co-regulation measures by regulatory agencies for communication and press council in our countries. And finally, I have one question for you. Could you please to invite journalists, my colleagues from Albania, to the Parliament of Albania or government of Albania, and open space to them to talk about media freedom, impunity against crime, against journalists, and other things very, very important to the media community in Albania. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was both, I think, presentation from Bosnia and a number of questions. Some of them, I believe, quite rhetorical. But I give the opportunity to respond to Elisa first of all. Yeah.
Thank you for the concerns and the questions. I will very shortly address something that was referred to my speech and some of the concerns about Albania. When I mentioned the survey, I mentioned the Balkan Barometer, which is an annual survey of public opinion and policies in the Western Balkans, commissioned by the European Union through the RCC, and it's conducted each year by an independent agency among more than 6,000 citizens, 1,200 companies throughout the regions, and it's considered to have very striking findings year by year. And the barometer specified that the credibility of the media in the region varied, as I said, from 58.5% in Kosovo to 79.5%, the mistrust. And Bosnia was somewhere there in the middle. I don't remember specifically, and Albania was 60%. That's what I said. And that was included in the European Union latest study, 2021, about media in the Western Balkans, disinformation. Sorry, it was 2020 when the resolution in the European Parliament was voted for. It goes without saying that smear campaigns, hate language, and violence against journalists, of course, is condemned. In all of the reports, Albania does not show as one of the countries that does have issues or problems with violence against journalists. Sporadic cases have been addressed immediately. So we have to talk about facts. When we use the language, it has to be precise. Otherwise, it does not hold the way that it should have. It doesn't have an impact. For example, when you say the media in Albania is totally under the state control, you lost me there and you lost everybody. You lost credibility because that's not the case. Does it have issues? Of course it does. But comparing Albania to the Philippines and Ressa to the journalists here is completely out of line and does not produce any impact and will not have any reactions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think sacredness of facts is one thing that we all share, and I don't want to make Secretary General of the European Federation of Journalists, my friend Ricardo Guterres, angry at me because he will moderate the next session, and we are somewhat already behind the schedule. If those who wrote questions in the chat book here will forgive me, I will try to conclude this session today by saying that we touch upon a very important topic, which I'm sure will be also reflected in other sessions today and tomorrow. And although we cannot solve the issue of disinformation, putting it high on the agenda again is very important. The organizers requested me to remind, I'm not sure about those present online, but those present in this room, that there will be a reception tonight, and everybody is invited, again, those present here. And the venue, the reception will be at 7 o'clock, followed by dinner. So there will be a lot of food, and it will be here in the hotel at the restaurant where you had breakfast or otherwise indicated during the day today. But so don't plan any dinner tonight. We already planned it for you. I would like to end by thanking all the distinguished speakers who in an excellent way made their point. I think we had 8 viewpoints very well presented here. I would like to also thank the translators for trying to conduct the message to every participant here and online. I thank online audience, and we adjourn until 12:15. So we have 20 minutes for coffee and snacks. Thank you.
Welcome to this session. I'm very pleased to moderate this session about journalist safety and journalist working conditions. As we all know, these two elements are a precondition for media freedom. And we all agree on the fact, as stated initially by Ms. Ribeiro, that media freedom is at stake in the region. A few figures. If we look at the outcomes of the Council of Europe platform for the protection of journalism, a total of 108 media freedom major violations have been reported in the region since 2015, 39 in Serbia, 22 in Albania, including alerts related to the Prime Minister, Edi Rama, 20 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 16 in North Macedonia, and 11 in Montenegro. Globally, nearly 50% of these alerts are about physical attacks against journalists, which shows really the harsh situation, specifically in Montenegro, where over 60% of the alerts are about physical attacks. The other major issue in the region is harassment and intimidation. On this issue, the country on top is Serbia, where over 60% of the alerts are about harassment and intimidation, including harassment from high-level politicians and public officials. Regarding Albania, I would like to mention that if we look at the active alerts on Albania, on the Council of Europe platform, in 80% of the cases, the source of the threat is the state. 80% of the cases. This is my personal answer to Edi Rama's comment during the opening speech. Well, let's have an overview of the situation in the region with our great speakers today. I'll give the first to Leila Turcilo. She's a professor at the University of Sarajevo, where she teaches journalism. I think you have a presentation. I know you don't have a presentation, sorry. Leila, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers for this excellent opportunity to discuss journalism in times of crisis, especially for inviting me to this, in my opinion, crucial panel of the conference, which is related to the environment in which journalists and media work nowadays. Environment which is, in my personal opinion, even worsen with the crisis of COVID-19 because of the fact that, at least speaking from the perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina, crisis is very often used as an excuse to even tighten the pressures and attacks on media, as well as jeopardizing the media freedom and the media, the fair work of media and the environment in which they work. I would totally agree with some of the previous speakers and people from the audience who discussed the issue of media freedom as being at stake in all countries in the Western Balkans, mainly and especially due to the pressures from either governments or politically affiliated people related to authorities throughout the region. It is obvious as well that the sort of a new battlefield is the online space, which is very much used for both harassment and intimidation of journalists, but also used for another kind of important thing that I would like to mention, and that is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, which is what we call digital reputation assassination, which is a term that describes tries by the different stakeholders, mainly politically affiliated, to diminish the role and the reputation of journalists, academics, and other people who kind of dare to think differently and outside of the boxes of the mainstream narratives in the country. These digital assassination reputation tries actually go both by harassment and intimidation of those people, but also by recruiting huge numbers of, for example, right-wing oriented people who then kind of threaten these good professional journalists and so on. So to go back to the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, according to Reporters Without Borders Media Freedom Index, BNH was ranked 58th out of 180 countries in 2020, which is 5 places better than in 2019, due to the fact that mainly we didn't have cases, thank God, of killing of journalists and so on. But the political climate stays polarized and marked by constant verbal attacks and nationalistic rhetoric, which really creates a very hostile environment for media freedom in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Threats and pressures and hate speech in the online space are, as I mentioned, more frequent nowadays. In the last 3 years, over 40% of journalists have been exposed to attacks or threats, and 75 of them said that they have experienced this from a politician or public official. The research by BNH Journalists Association shows that every 4th citizen of BNH believes that it is quite justified to attack journalists. So every 4th person responded in the research said it is quite justified to attack journalists. This is something that should basically worry us because of the fact that this is what kind of climate has been produced in the country when it comes to freedom of the media and free work of journalists. In July 2020, according to the register of the Free Media Helpline, also a very important tool provided by BNH Journalists Association, there were 289 active defamation lawsuits against journalists, most of them being SLAPP. By July 2021, the Free Media Helpline had recorded about 8 active defamation lawsuits against journalists and the media, which directly threaten the sustainability of the media, as well as it's really something that's becoming a tool for kind of exhausting resources, both of the media and journalists, and something that's preventing actually journalists from doing their job regularly because they have to go to courts and face the courts lawsuits and so on. In 2021, data for this year, according to Free Media Helpline, there have been 56 cases reported of different forms of attacks on journalists, which is a number that's bigger than the previous 3 years. Online violence is on the rise, especially against female journalists. What worries us the most is actually the passivity of institutions, above all prosecutor offices and courts, when it comes to these attacks, especially because that opens space for new attacks and actually encourages those who think that they can actually commit violence without any kind of punishment. I mean, in general, we don't have the single database on attacks on journalists in the judiciary in the country. And this all actually leads to mutual mistrust between media and judiciary, which is, in my personal opinion, quite serious issue, because the media and journalists especially do not feel safe enough even to go to courts or to police authorities to present their cases and to say what happened to them, demand an investigation, because these investigations are way too slow and very often not brought to the end in proper time, so that people just don't feel safe enough in that environment. The seriousness of the problem was also recognized by the European Commission, criticizing the BNH authorities in the 2020 report for failing to make progress in guaranteeing freedom of expression in the media and protecting journalists through adequate court actions. So pressures on the media are manifested in various ways, and of course, recently, mostly through restrictions on freedom of expression guaranteed by the European Convention on Human Rights, and on the other hand, by economic pressures to media as well. The COVID crisis actually hindered these activities and work of media houses and journalists who faced economic consequences, work without means of protection, political pressures during reporting, as well as failure to take institutional protection measures, for example, when it comes to vaccination of media workers and journalists. So even in our authorities did not do much, not even in like basic protection of journalists and safety on their in their working environment when it comes to vaccination and providing with adequate equipment to work in the new COVID situation. Also, we were facing the different forms of withdrawing public information from journalists using the COVID situation as an excuse, having, like, for example, instead of press conferences in this public space, which would guarantee medical safety of journalists, we had like public announcements and public speeches by authorities without any kind of open access to media and journalists who were not being able to ask any questions and so on. So when it comes to the topic of our conference, and I will stop with that, the journalism in times of crisis when it comes to situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina became even more dangerous profession, became even more socioeconomically unsecure profession, became even more important profession as well, because as we seen, and totally opposite to presented information by some of the previous speakers, we have seen in Bosnia and Herzegovina a very huge raise of public trust in media in the times of crisis, and the trust of the people that in this whole big environment of online communicators who spread fake news, disinformation, and so on, that people started again looking for a brave and responsible journalist to trust to. So journalists at the moment, I would say, do have support of the general public in their professional work, but the lack of support by the authorities in both guaranteeing them freedom of their work and protecting them when that freedom of the work is in jeopardy. I'm sure that in the future we'll have to be more involved in the debate with the authorities throughout the region on how to find the best solutions for both protection of journalists and punishing those who jeopardize it. In our panel, one of the tasks for us as speakers was actually to find the best solutions or to find the best practices, unfortunately coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm sure that colleague Dragan, who is testimonial afterwards, I don't have much to recommend in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. I think it was important to point out the contrast between the attitude of politicians, public authorities, and public opinion. Important to point out as well the phenomenon, the new phenomenon of organized smear campaigns, and also the worrying support of part of public opinion, to these campaigns. I'd like to give the floor now to the next speakers, Mihailo Jovovic. Mihailo is a journalist and a lawyer by education, editor-at-large at Vijesti newspaper. He's also the president of the Montenegrin Government Commission for monitoring investigations of attacks on journalists. Mihailo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo. I just want to say I'm pleased to be here and to have a chance to participate in this panel and talk about this topic. I will focus on the impunity attacks on journalists. For years, Montenegrin journalists have been insulted, threatened, hit, beaten up with baseball bats. One had his cheek pierced by a sharp object. They were shot at, and 2 media workers were killed. The owner and editor of Daily Dan, Duško Ivanović, and Srđan Vojčić, the bodyguard who tried to protect a newspaper columnist and writer who was attacked. I know that this happens, and I hope you know that. I know you know that this could happen in everywhere in the world, also in the EU countries. We remember recent examples in Slovakia and Malta, unfortunately. But the difference here is that none of the most serious cases in Montenegro has been solved, including, among others, these 2 killings, one in 2004, the other one in 2006, and attempted murders of Tufik Softić in 2007, and shooting of Olivera Lakić in 2018. All the competent state institutions, including police, prosecution, and judiciary, failed in finding, prosecuting, and punishing the culprits, organizers, and masterminds of these attacks. The investigations were conducted sloppily, sometimes even sloppily on purpose. The leads were not followed through. In some cases, authorities accepted claims of people who came forward voluntarily and said they did it, even if all other evidence was to the contrary, and courts convicted these people, while real perpetrators and masterminds are still free. In none of these cases did the police and prosecutors investigate at all the people who journalists mentioned in their stories written before the attack, or the stories they were working on before the attack. Even though some journalists point out to those people in their statements to the police and the prosecution. They made no effort, these institutions, they made no effort in finding organizers or masterminds of these attacks, whose perpetrators they managed to find. Although these perpetrators had no connection whatsoever to journalists they attacked, never mind finding the logical motive for the attacks. In addition, the judges in most cases delivered the lower sentences possible by law for those convicted. In many cases, they received suspended sentences. Large majorities of the attacks were against journalists and the property of the mainstream media, who had a critical view of the government, wrote about organized crime and high corruption, and who were the most professional and credible and ethical in their work. Moreover, many attacks happened in the middle of or after smear and hate campaigns that leading politicians and their media waged against these journalists. I'm not saying that Mr. Rama was waging the hate campaign today here, but he was doing something that is not really acceptable, and reminds me of many other people in the Balkans, well, few other rulers in the Balkans who do the same thing. And we should always be careful when when the politician says, okay, I respect the freedom of journalists, of media, and the journalists should work in a safe environment. And then they say, but. As soon as they say, but, that's wrong, in my opinion. Also, I wonder why OSCE and the EU and other organizations call these people to open these conferences and then just let them go without having a dialogue with us, who always have something to ask them, especially about issues which are important for us, and especially when the state is in most cases in the Balkans the main culprit of these attacks, or at least aiding and abating them. The reason for all this impunity in the Balkans could be, as a former Montenegrin politician once said about dodgy privatization, the reason could be so either incompetence or corruption. In my opinion, the main reason here was lack of the political will to solve cases that I'm sure have been connected with and ordered and organized by ruling politicians, government officials, shady businessmen or mafia close to the government, which ruled Montenegro for 30 years and made it a captured state, fit only to meet needs and wishes of the privileged 20 to 30 families. One of the circumstantial evidence I would like to quote is that all the threats and less serious attacks against journalists committed by local bullies and thugs who had no connection to powerful people in Montenegro were quickly solved and culprits punished. Last year, the executive and parliamentary branches of the government changed for the first time in Montenegro history at the ballot box. Milka was saying much more about it. However, at the moment, we have fairly weak and incompetent prime minister and some of his ministers, most under inappropriate church influence, the former government and now opposition, who wants people to forget that they are the most responsible for everything bad that happened in the last 30 years, as well as the opposition within parliamentary majority, who is literally a proxy to a foreign power. That's a pretty dire situation. In addition, society has become more polarized than it is healthy in a democracy. Some politicians in the government and in the opposition, leadership of some religious communities and one foreign government, as well as some media in Montenegro and Serbia, are pushing the national and religious identity issues as questions of life and death, rising tensions and dividing people more than they were divided before. People are dissatisfied. They are still waiting for the real changes to their lives they were promised before the election. Unemployment is on the rise. Moreover, all this in the middle of the horrible pandemic and major restrictions to everyday life that goes with it. As a result, we in Montenegro have increased number of threats and attacks on journalists online and offline. Fortunately, none of the journalists have been seriously injured or killed yet. The positive side is that almost all the attacks that happened this year, since the government change, have been quickly and satisfactorily solved by the police, which had its leadership change after the election. The prosecution, still run by the people chosen by the former government, did a surprisingly solid job too, except in a few telling cases. I'll tell you an example. After several people close to the local party officials attacked and injured the journalists in Bilo Polje, CCTV recording of the incident was leaked to the press, but there was a key 9 seconds missing. The missing was the part where the journalist was hit by at least 4 people and thrown to the ground. The prosecutors did not investigate to find who erased that part of the recording, but accepted the explanation that the camera allegedly had motion sensors. This could be credible only if somehow the attackers froze for these 9 seconds and the journalist, while before and after the attack, as we saw on the recordings, the attackers were quickly moving towards and away from the journalist. 2 people are charged in this case, but not the other 2. In another case, so-called the new cases, the prosecution did not go far enough to find if the attack by a person with a serious criminal record was organized or random case of street violence. There is no progress in the separate cases of alleged plots to kill 2 journalists last December in August, out of which 1 journalist is under 24-hour police protection. In addition, none of all the attacks on journalists have been solved since the new coalition government was formed. The new police chief promised to form a special unit to reinvestigate these cold cases, but as far as I know, that has not happened yet. The commission I preside since June the 4th of this year was formed a long time ago in December 2013 under public pressure to do something about impunity, pressure from the EU, US and international organizations officials, especially from the then UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Opinion and Expression and the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. However, It all looked like they would say in the communist time, if you don't want to solve a problem, form a commission. The bad omen for the success of this commission has happened several hours after the government of Milo Đukanović announced the decision about forming the commission. Almost half a kilo of TNT exploded in front of my office window just before the midnight, while around 15 people, including myself, were finishing the paper for that day. Of course, the perpetrators and the organizers are still at large, but I'm sure that was the mafia making clear to everybody what they think about this decision and about journalists and about the government. Alternatively, was it the message from the part of the state structure, as the then Prime Minister Đukanović publicly said? Or was it the message from the mafia state? Of course, he was never asked by prosecutors or the police who he had meant by that. In my opinion, the Commission did valuable work for these 8 years because of the dedicated people who were its members in various stages, despite huge obstacles it faced from the police and prosecutors from the beginning, or at the beginning. The Commission was denied documents at the beginning and for a long time by the prosecution. The police sent documents with all the names concealed in these documents, including the names of officers who talked to witnesses and suspects, let alone these. Only after several years did the Commission receive proper documentation from all authorities. Nevertheless, the Commission generated many recommendations in numerous specific cases, pointing out to responsibility of people who led failed investigations, as well as to specific leads which investigators did not follow that should be checked, in the opinion of the Commission. For example, it found out the names of suspects. It found out that the names of the suspects were erased from the victim statements in one case. It found out that nothing was done for 7 years in one investigation. The police was obviously involved in providing volunteer attack in one case, etc. All the Commission reports were sent to the former government and the former Supreme State prosecutors and were published on the government website. However, the Commission never received the feedback on what has been done about it. As far as I know, nothing has been done. Nobody was held responsible for failed investigations. To the contrary, many policemen and prosecutors who botched or obstructed investigation they were supposed to lead advanced in their careers. Some of them became heads of departments, while the former police chief, who resigned after the new government is formed and whose close associate, also policeman, threatened the journalist with raping her daughter, is now the president's security advisor. The new government appeared willing to do something about impunity for crimes against journalists, but apart from this mentioned efficient police work and the new leadership in these easy so-called cases, nothing else happened yet. The prosecutors are still somewhat reluctant to provide the Commission with required documents in a timely manner. The main problem is that they are not obliged by the law to do that at all, but it depends on the will of the Supreme State prosecutor. The election of the new Supreme State prosecutor, which the government said it is their priority, and which could open the possibility to solve old cases more efficiently, has yet to happen. The proposed amendments to the Criminal Code of Montenegro by 9 NGOs who deal with media freedom in Montenegro. By the way, this was proposed almost 10 years ago by Human Rights Action, would increase safety of journalists by likely deterring would-be attackers. If adopted, they would increase prison sentences for the most serious crimes committed against journalists and make it easier to prosecute people who attack journalists on their job or prevent them from doing their job. It appears that the government is willing to support these amendments, but it should be done swiftly. Authorities should make solving old cases one of the top priorities and do everything possible to solve them, including prosecuting and convicting masterminds. This should be done not only to get good marks in the EU progress reports, but primarily to improve freedom of expression and media as the fundamental right of all citizens and decrease chilling effect and self-censorship among journalists. The journalists and the media, and I think this is also important, should express more solidarity when attacks happen and cover and investigate all the attacks in the same vigorous manner, and not only attacks on journalists from our side. That is written in the Montenegrin Journalist Code of Ethics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mihailo. Personally, I understand your comments regarding the rather provocative remarks from Mr. Rama. Now, I won't blame the OSCE for inviting him, as Albania is the hosting country for this conference, and I'm sure the OSCE will discuss these issues with Albanian authorities in any case. You raised, Mihailo, a very important question, the one about impunity. As I mentioned in my introduction, Montenegro is the country with the highest rate of physical attacks against journalists, which makes the issue of impunity even more worrying. It is well known that impunity is a kind of incentive to commit acts of violence against journalists. I think our next speaker is online, Veran Matic. Is okay? Veran, are you here?
Tu sam, da.
Okay, Veran. Just a few words to introduce you. Veran is one of the most dedicated fighters for media freedom and freedom of expression in Serbia. He personally experienced censorship and threats. Veran is also a member of the permanent working group for the safety of journalists in Serbia. Veran, the floor is yours.
Hvala puno i zahvaljujem se na prilici da učestvujem na ovoj konferenciji. Kao što ste i rekli, ja sam 35 godina bavim novinarstvom i svo to vreme sam imao probleme sa bezbednošću i u tom periodu 4 puta je medij koji sam vodio zabranjivan, 2 puta smo ostajali potpuno bez imovine. 6 godina sam bio pod policijskom zaštitom 24 sata dnevno i isto toliko i više bio u timu zajedno sa policijom koji se bavio bezbednošću jedne članice redakcije. Zbog toga što nije bilo napretka u istragama ubistava naših kolega, osnovao sam komisiju za istraživanje ubistva novinara koju i danas vodim i aktivan sam član stalne radne grupe za bezbednost novinara koja je osnovana u Srbiji. Ovo je uvod da se vidi koliko se bavim u stvari ovom temom. Mislim da je problem bezbednosti novinara sve dramatičniji svugde u svetu, sve kompleksniji sa novim društvenim mrežama i mogućnostima ugrožavanja bezbednosti i zbog toga i sam jako aktivan u ovoj oblasti. Kao što sam rekao, pre 9 godina osnovao sam komisiju za istraživanje ubistava novinara koja se bavi nekažnjivošću za 3 smrtna slučaja u proteklih 30 godina. To telo je napravljeno kako bi se predstavnici medija bolje upoznali sa problemima istraga i kako bi dali podršku profesionalnim istražnim timovima koji su formirani za svaki od ovih slučajeva. Jako veliku podršku u osnivanju komisije dala je Kancelarija za slobodu medija OEBS-a i Dunja Mijatović svojevremeno i to je bila veoma važna podrška i u samom radu komisije u narednim godinama. Razrešeno je ubistvo Slavka Ćuruvije iz 1999. a u prvostepenoj presudi šef državne bezbednosti i 3 učesnika ubistva dobili su 100 godina ukupno zatvora. U toku je ponovljeno suđenje sa puno odlaganja i naznaka novih opstrukcija. Drugo ubistvo novinara Milana Pantića iz 2001. policijski je rešeno, ali postoje problemi oko dokaza koji bi pomogli za podizanje optužnice. Komisija traži da specijalno tužilaštvo za organizovani kriminal preuzme slučaj jer posjeduje više kapaciteta da obezbedi dokaze i kvalitetnu optužnicu. Treći slučaj iz 1984. godine, smrt Dade Vujasinović, koji je godinama se vodio kao samoubistvo i ostalo je vrlo malo dokaza koji su pomogli da se rasvetli ovaj slučaj. Ipak smo odlučili da se uradi sve što je moguće, potražili pomoć u superveštačenju u Holandskom forenzičkom institutu iz Haga koji je dao svoje mišljenje da su moguće sve 3 opcije, ubistvo, samoubistvo i slučajno opaljenje. Mišljenja smo da bez obzira na ishod države moraju uraditi sve što je moguće da se rasvetle slučajevi, a ne da se taktizira sa procenama da li će biti rezultata ili ne. Posle naše osnovano je još nekoliko sličnih komisija u drugim zemljama. Kancelarija za, već sam rekao da je Kancelarija za OEBS za slobodu medija, a ili ambasada OEBS ovde jako pomogla oko ove komisije. Meni je izuzetno drago da je pre 2 dana Skupština Evropske federacije novinara na predlog Udruženja novinara Srbije i Sindikata novinara Srbije usvojio rezoluciju koja obavezuje Evropsku federaciju novinara da radi sa drugim međunarodnim organizacijama i vladama na formiranju Međunarodne komisije za rešavanje ubistava i kidnapovanja 14 novinara Srba i Albanaca, kao i tročlane ekipe nemačkog Šterna na Kosovu između 1998. i 2005. godine. Mi smo u našoj komisiji ovde prikupljamo podatke koji postoje u srpskim institucijama vezane za ova ubistva ili bar deo ubistava, dok je nadležnost nad teritorijom Kosova bila u rukama Srbije i Jugoslavije, dakle do juna 1999. godine. Ali je jako važno da se prikupe svi mogući relevantni podaci od onih koji su vodili Kosovo kasnije, od UNMIK-a, EULEX-a, kao i privremenih organa i naravno specijalni sud za ratne zločine na Kosovu. Dakle, nekažnjivost je apsolutno nedopustiva i jako dugo ova ubistva su, ne postoji nikakva ozbiljna aktivna istraga, a znamo i sami kada imamo nekažnjivost da je to praktično zeleno svetlo da se nastavi isti oblici ugrožavanja bezbednosti novinara kao što su u slučaju ovih tragično ubijenih naših kolega i koleginica. Od 2016. kada je osnovana stalna radna grupa za bezbednost novinara, učestvujem u njenom radu kao predstavnik Asocijacije nezavisnih elektronskih medija uz predstavnike svih relevantnih udruženja i asocijacija koji su potpisali sporazum o saradnji sa Republičkim javnim tužilaštvom i Ministarstvom unutrašnjih poslova sa ciljem da se uspostavi redovna komunikacija po pitanju unapređenja bezbednosti novinara. Tužilaštvo je formiralo 115 kontakt tačaka u tužilaštvima širom Srbije i 90 Ministarstvo unutrašnjih poslova, 90 u policiji na teritoriji cele Srbije, a formirane su i kontakt tačke u udruženjima novinara, čiji je zadatak da povezuju svaki slučaj pretnji i nasilja kako bi se što urgentnije i što brže na svakom delu teritorije reagovalo uspešno. Više puta godišnje organizuju se sastanci na kojima se analizira postupanje institucija i napredak u istragama. Kada je potrebno, organizuju se i razgovori sa oštećenima kada oni nisu zadovoljni postupanjem institucija. Prošle nedelje smo imali takav slučaj. Dvojica naših kolega su ozbiljno izloženi napadima, ugrožavanju bezbednosti i mi smo tokom prošle nedelje imali 2 sastanka, duge diskusije i sa tužiocima i sa predstavnicima Ministarstva unutrašnjih poslova, a i u prisustvu sa oštećenima kako bi došli do što je moguće boljih rezultata. Asocijacija nezavisnih elektronskih medija je ove godine u martu pokrenula SOS telefon za prijavljivanje pretnji i ugrožavanje bezbednosti novinara koji radi 24 sata, 7 dana nedeljno. I na tom broju su dostupni advokati i stručnjaci za pitanje bezbednosti novinara. Zajedno sa udruženjima ova inicijativa predstavlja most ka kontakt tačkama tužilaštva i policije, ali se pružaju i savjeti o tome koja je vrsta dela u pitanju i šta je sledeći korak. Na sajtu bezbedninovinari.rs nalaze se obrasci za prijavljivanje, ali i opisi sličnih slučajeva. Stalna radna grupa nije reagovala javno na slučajeve jer je reč o istragama koje su u toku, tako da je predsjednica vlade odlučila da formira radnu grupu pri svom kabinetu. Pošto je radna grupa formirana bez konsultacija sa udruženjima, nije postignut čvrst dogovor o mandatu, tako da je ovu radnu grupu napustilo 6 udruženja. U napadima na medije i novinare često učestvuju i pokreću ih i predstavnici vlasti, a onda to prihvataju i multiplikuju tabloidi kojih je veliki broj. Tako da su novinari izloženi najbrutalnijim napadima od strane novinara iz ovih tabloida, što predstavlja vrlo opasno ugrožavanje bezbednosti. Udruženja očekuju da vrh vlasti, pa i ova radna grupa koja je formirana pri kabinetu premijerke, mora urgentno da reaguje na sve prednje i ugrožavanje bezbednosti javno, onda kada se dogode, da reaguje na govor mržnje prema novinarima, diskvalifikacije, laži o novinarima koje dolaze najviše od političara i to pripadnika vladajućih stranaka iz institucija sistema. Pošto se to nije dogodilo, to telo funkcioniše sada u krnjem sastavu. Mislim da je veoma važno i potrebno pronaći format kako bi se realizovala potreba za zaustavljanjem napada iz vlasti i sinergija u sinergiji sa tabloidima i da se ovakva jedna radna grupa u jednom pravom formatu i sa pravim mandatom nastavi svoj rad i da reaguje svakodnevno. U stalnoj radnoj grupi je nastala inicijativa o promjenama krivičnog zakona kako bi se proširio broj inkriminacija činjenih na štetu novinara i ovih dana je u toku rasprava o predlogu, dok se usvajanje promjena očekuje do kraja godine. Zbog očiglednog rasta broja prijavljenih slučajeva, veoma je važno unapređivati ovaj sistem da bude što efikasniji. Veoma važno je stalno se prilagođavati tehnološkom razvoju, izazovima društvenih mreža za koje smo verovali da će povećati pluralitet i demokratičnost, a dogodilo se i potpuno suprotan proces sa velikim prostorom za ugrožavanje bezbednosti i slobodu novinara i medija. Neophodno je uspostavljanje preventivnih mehanizama, neophodno je da se i unutar policije institucionalizuje grupa koja bi se bavila specifično slučajevima ugrožavanja bezbednosti novinara i kada je reč o istragama, ali i kada je reč o zaštiti samih novinara kada se proceni da im je ugrožena bezbednost. Jedan broj novinara iz našeg regiona rade kao freelanceri u više medija u regionu i veoma često su ugroženi iz različitih zemalja. Nezavisne redakcije istraživačkih medija, koji su često u mreži velikih svjetskih organizacija za istraživačko novinarstvo posvećeni istragama korupcije, prvenstveno najizloženiji su pretnjama i napadima i izvesno je da će samo rasti govor mržnje, pretnje i njihova ugroženost. Zbog toga je neophodno umrežiti ozbiljne institucije u regionu koja se bave zaštitom novinara, od policija preko tužilaštava do specijalizovanih projekata kao što je stalna radna grupa ili komisija za istraživanje ubistava novinara, kako bi se brže odvijala razmjena podataka onima koji nastoje da ugrože bezbednost. Govorio sam namjerno o tome šta se radi u Srbiji na zaštiti bezbednosti, koji su projekti u toku. Mislim da se o podacima dosta zna i da se oni redovno objavljuju, a retko se čuju primjeri dobre prakse koji se mogu iskoristiti na drugim mestima. Mislim da je ovo naročito govorim zbog toga što dugujem veliku zahvalnost OEBS-u, misiji u Srbiji, a posebno i Kancelariji za slobodu govora iz Beča, bez kojih ne bismo imali uspeha, posebno kada je reč o Komisiji za istraživanje ubistava novinara, ali i u radu, već sada 4-godišnjem radu stalne radne grupe za bezbednost novinara. Hvala vam.
Thank you, Veran. I think you raised a very important issue, the need to set up coalitions between public officials, institutions, official institutions, public institutions, and stakeholders related to the media sector in order to better protect journalists. We know that there is some good practices on this on this issue. I will mention the initiative taken by the Netherlands a few months ago, a few years ago now, to set up an agreement between the police, the judiciary, and journalist organizations in order to better protect journalists when they are covering demonstrations and public events. So it's possible. We have clear examples, and this requires cooperation between journalist organizations and public authorities. Our next speaker is Dragan Sekulovski. He's also online. Are you online, Dragan? Are you with us? Excellent. Dragan, no, he's not yet online.
I think I'm here.
Yes, you are. I can confirm. Dragan is the dynamic executive director of the Association of Journalists of Macedonia, ZNM. He is also a lawyer by education, like Mihailo. He's a member of several official working groups in Macedonia, in North Macedonia, dealing with several issues, among other topics, defamation, slander, criminal law, and so on. Dragan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Ricardo. So I will start my talking by shortly presenting a theory given by a famous American psychologist half a century ago. Somebody may ask why I am doing this, and the reason is that this theory, in my opinion, applies to the journalistic work as well. So Abraham Maslow introduced the hierarchy of needs, believing that the people move through different stages of 5 needs that motivate our behavior. He called these needs 1, psychological, 2, safety, love, 4, belonging, and 5, self-actualization. He also believed that each stage of need had to be met before progression to the next stage of need could occur. Safety is number 2. So safety needs in modern context can mean job security, feeling safe performing our work, but also financial security and health and well-being. Having in mind that this theory, the question is how journalists can work in an atmosphere where there are frequent attacks to their integrity, high level of impunity, and where they receive less than average national salary per month. At the same time, the expectations of the public, institutions, international community is that journalists should demonstrate bravery and to fight on behalf of others. Despite of the difficult conditions, there are examples in which journalists are demonstrating highest professional standards and influence for a more quality life to citizens. However, these journalists are unfortunately exceptions. So what are the main trends in North Macedonia and what should be done to improve the safety environment of media workers in local context? We need more political willingness and systematic solutions that will lead to resolve of old cases of attacks of journalists and will prevent new ones. The second thing that needs to be done is increasing the social standards of journalists and a guarantee of the socioeconomic status of all professional media workers. Speaking about attacks in numbers, although 2021 is rather, I would say, quiet year for the moment in terms of high numbers, I want to remind that in 2020, the Association of Journalists of Macedonia is marking 14 cases of attacks towards journalists, out of which more than half are towards female journalists, and only 2 were resolved in front of the court out of these 14. Most of the threats of the lives of journalists were done via social media, and here the investigation on local public prosecutor's office is the weakest, although the threats are being explicit, and in some cases they're repeating. In this regard, I need to emphasize one positive fact, that is the amendments of the criminal code, which are, as we speak, in a procedure at the Macedonian parliament. These amendments are an answer of the demands that we and the journalistic union had for years. If adopted as such, in future, the prosecutors will have an obligation to prosecute the attackers on journalists, and the penalty for imprisonment will be higher for an attack or a serious threat to a journalist. Based on these amendments, in future, attacking media workers will be treated as the same as attacking an official. This is later properly, if this later is properly implemented by the court, for sure the attacks will be decreased and will demotivate future attacks that might harm the rights of journalists, by that the right of the citizens to be informed. Another important aspect for this panel is the working conditions of journalists, and here I will briefly quote some of the survey numbers from our partner organization, the Journalistic Union, just to depict how sad is the situation in our local context. Do you know that 35% of the journalists in North Macedonia have a monthly salary between 250 and 300 euros, which is far less than the average national salary in the country? So this is the monthly salary. Then 63% of the journalists that participated in this survey, they say that they never used sick leave from work. Another local survey related to the COVID-19 and journalism in North Macedonia stressed out that the pandemic affected 62% of the journalists and their mental health, and at the same time, 48% of the journalists admit that they need psychological support. So what is the conclusion of all this? Although journalists in North Macedonia feel safer in recent 3 years, there is a need for systematic solutions that would guarantee long-term protection of the rights and the integrity of all media workers, despite of the political situation in this country. These systematic solutions stipulate more amendments of laws relevant to the work of journalists, and to establish specialized units and registers in the Public Prosecutor's Office and the courts, as it is demanded in the recommendations of the Council of Europe from 2016 of the Committee of Ministers to Member States on the protection of journalism and the safety of journalists and the other media actors. In this way, a small group of judges and prosecutors will be trained to implement the laws properly. An exact number of attacks and court cases will be noted within the institutions as well. By the implementation of the specialized units, it will be also easier to us, but not only us, also to the international organizations, to monitor the work of the judiciary in cases relevant to the freedom of expression. The systematic solutions also mean finishing the reforms within the public broadcaster service, the Macedonian radio television, which for 2021 has the smallest annual budget in the last 10 years. And by this, the financial independence of this media outlets is directly affected by the government. The reform is important since the MRT should be a role model, not only for the professional reporting, but also for the social status of the media workers, meaning if the employees are having decent salaries within this media outlet and fair contracts, this practice should be followed by other private media outlets. Increasing the economic standards of the journalists is important, since in this way, they will be more pressure resistant and will be more motivated to produce quality content that serves the public interest. In the end, I just want to thank for the invitation and for the attention. And I want to comment that it is a pity that for such an important event, my critical colleagues from the Independent Journalists Association of Serbia are not part. Surely they would have contributed by sharing the latest trends and pressures to journalists in this country, which should all worry us. Thank you again, Ricardo. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Dragan, and thank you for raising the issue of the social status of journalists. Indeed, in some cases, journalism is a profession that no longer allows its practitioners to feed a family or to pay rent. It's important to remind that there is no media freedom, press freedom, without decent working condition for journalists. Our last speaker, before giving the floor to two journalists who experienced very serious threats, is Bleriana Bino. She's the co-founder of the Center of Science and Innovation for Development in Albania. She is also a research member of the Safe Journalists Network in the Western Balkans. And within that excellent monitoring instrument, she has an extensive experience in assessing media landscapes in the region with a specific focus on Albania. And you have an online presentation, and I see that it works. So, Bleriana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us in the afternoon as well. I think we started the day with a very important call to action from Mrs. Ribeiro regarding the urgent need to step up our efforts for free and independent media and the importance of journalism as a public good and as a pillar of democracy. Unfortunately, as it has been pointed out by previous speakers as well, then we heard from our Prime Minister who reconfirmed again his anti-media sentiment and positioned freedom of speech and freedom of citizens as antagonistic to one another, and found only more state regulation as a solution to a problem that we can all agree regarding disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and fake news within a paternalistic approach of protecting the citizen, and with stylish populist discourse as well, as it is custom of him. And unfortunately, he did not actually tackle the responsibility of the government of Albania in terms of ensuring and safeguarding a conducive environment for media freedom, and did not address at all many international and national alerts in 2020 and 2021 regarding deterioration of media freedom in Albania, and particularly the role of the government in this regard. I would have hoped, as Mihailo mentioned before, to have a more mixed audience in terms of discussing and debating this issue. I feel that in this room, physically and most probably also over Zoom, we all agree on the issue that we discuss, and it would have been more interesting to debate and to deliberate with representatives from the government, and why not from the diplomatic corps as well. Nonetheless, my speech will be based on Safe Journalists Network work in the Western Balkans, and particularly in Albania, in terms of mapping and alerting alerts regarding journalist safety. In June, we published the indicators on the level of media freedom and journalist safety in Albania in June 2020, highlighting challenges of media freedom in Albania, particularly in terms of implementation of legal guarantees for media freedom, due prevention, due process, actual attacks on journalists, position of journalists in the workplace, specifically for women, access to information, and the risk of censored information and centralized public information by the government. And we are also about to publish the Western Balkan Journalist Safety Index, a research-based tool that enables consistent monitoring of both the environment and the actual attacks of journalists in the region. Some of the key findings were actually presented in the annual meeting of the European Federation of Journalists in Zagreb in last Friday, basically. I will briefly cover some of the findings and some of the recommendations, and well, spoiler alert, this depiction will be quite different from the one that Minister Spiro Pauli mentioned before in terms of safety of journalists. So in terms of legal environment, we find that even though the Constitution of Albania guarantees the basic freedom of expression, media and information, such provisions are not actually implemented in practice, and we have clear signs of deterioration of media freedom. For instance, defamation is still a criminal controversy in Albania. And in 2020, we saw attempts from the governments to raise sanction against journalists, and even attempts to introduce changes in the criminal code that implied criminalizing online content such as meme or satirical posting. Investigative and critical journalism are particularly more often target of defamation lawsuits, as it was mentioned also before by our colleague Kristina Voko, initiated by politicians and particularly by contractors of the government, basically big business corporations. And they definitely produce a chilling effect on critical and investigative media in the country. In 2021, we have expressed concern about governmental attempts to jeopardize media freedom. And Safe Journalist Network have joined efforts with international and also national media organization in raising concern about the process of election, for example, by the parliament of board members of the Albanian Media Authority, election of a chair of Albanian Media Authority with a clear political affiliation, working her entire professional life for the Socialist Party and the Prime Minister Edi Rama, and now heading the Audiovisual Media Authority that is supposed in paper to be non-partisan and independent. Parliament new regulation on orientation of media and media covering parliament session. The establishment of the new agency for media and information by the government, which will be headed by the Prime Minister, Chief of Communication, a practice of clearly centralizing communication and definitely closing the doors to journalists, particularly independent, critical and investigative journalists, by hindering media freedom and making almost impossible to do investigative journalism quality fact-checking. Arbitrary use of legislation against journalists have been noticed as well in 2020 and in 2021 as well, with using COVID-19 pandemic as a proxy, as a justification to shrink media space. We've seen access to timely, quality and reliable information is challenging, and this is also due to a general lack of transparency and approach by public authorities to retain information, and this was exacerbated using pandemic as a justification. In 2021, we saw a higher level of concentration of public information, and other crises as well were used as a justification, including here the recent energy crisis, also arguments about public interest, state of emergency in place, and so on. In terms of due prevention measures, Albanian state institutions have not established yet effective mechanisms that can preventive mechanisms that are specific for journalists and media staff when they are threatened. And in terms of due process, we find very limited follow-up investigations, and major cases of attacks against journalists are to date not resolved, and the perpetrators are not brought to justice. So the issue of impunity is particularly concerning. In terms of safety, actual attacks against journalists have been recorded in 20 and 21. And if we can move with one slide more, you can see the figures that the Safe Journalist Network has reported for last year. Threats against the lives and physical safety of journalists exist. It is true that they are not systematic, but what we saw in 2020 is that in May and December, when we had considerable social unrest and protests, we had also increased number of attacks against journalists that were mainly unlawful detention by the police forces, seizing of equipment, and disruption of reporting. Unfortunately, Albanian institutions do not collect and do not publish regular data regarding actual attacks on journalists, the due process of these attacks, and issues of impunity. In terms of journalists' position in the workspace, some of the main challenges have already been mentioned here in terms of limited implementation of labor rights, journalists' labor rights, particularly for women, for young journalists, for journalists working in local media or in online media portals. And COVID-19 pandemic simply exacerbated all these challenges as well. We find very concerning gender-specific challenges in the work space for journalists, women journalists. Sexual harassment in the workplace and online harassment are becoming concerning issues, but unfortunately such cases are not reported. There are no charges filed because there is usually a general attitude of blaming the victim. This is another discussion on issues of gender equality and sexual harassment that we don't have time to tackle here, but I would like to highlight that this is an important aspect of the working conditions, particularly of young women journalists. The broader challenges of media landscape that affect the safety of journalists and an enabling environment for them to do quality journalism, first and foremost is the role of the government, as was already stressed out also by previous speakers. It is problematic because it is in a continuous attempt to jeopardize media freedom, and more concerning is, I would say, that the government and politicians in Albania are trying to make journalism obsolete in a sense that it is not needed, it is not useful, it is not relevant anymore. And the Prime Minister also in March 2020 equalized media to the virus. Basically, he asked all Albanian citizens to protect themselves from the virus, COVID-19, and also to protect themselves against the media. So the political communication approach of the government usually reflects mostly a madman strategy rather than communication with the public interest in mind. And considering also the recent attempts of centralizing public information, this is concerning regarding freedom of speech and media freedom in Albania. And I think journalists and media organizations have to, in a sense, redefine and reinvent themselves by building resilience to such attempts by the government to make quality journalism obsolete, and they should most probably capitalize on the digital transformation options, but also on engaging with audiences in innovative ways. The challenge of law enforcement is another major concern, with media legal framework being very good in paper, but not in practice in Albania. And as Dragan mentioned, limited political willness is another problem in Albania as well, including here issues of endemic and grand corruption, limited functioning of the justice system, the whole vetting process that has actually also delayed law processes of journalists. Symbiotic relation between media corporations, politicians and businesses based on clientelistic and other vested interests hinder the overall media freedom, particularly in terms of concentration of ownership. And if we don't break this vicious circle of concentrated ownership, then the situation will not improve faster. Some few recommendations or suggestions that come as a result of the work that we have done in the past 2 years with Safe Journalists Network. First and foremost is ensuring full enforcement of legal guarantees for the expression of media freedom and safety of journalists. And second, ensuring a zero tolerance policy for intimidation and attacks against journalists, including in public discourse, particularly by politicians and government. Collecting and publishing data is important, so as then we can do evidence-based advocacy and lobbying. Also, I would echo what Veran mentioned about strengthening interinstitutional and multi-stakeholder collaboration for the safety of journalists. And I would also argue that there is an important role here to be played by the international community as well, the diplomatic corps and donors acting in Albania, and using using both carrots and stick to pressure the government to ensure an enabling environment for media freedom. Also tackling the issue of digital safety of journalists, online harassment. It was mentioned before, I think in the keynote speak by Dr. Rossetti as well, and including digital rights. Building and enhancing self-regulatory mechanisms. I strongly believe that more government is not a solution to this problem of the quality of content, both of the mainstream but also of the online media. I think that the government is the problem and not the solution in this regard. And that's why we need to work more on other mechanisms. Bardul mentioned some of them, but also self-regulatory mechanisms are important. And in the case of Albania, we need more coordination among journalists association. We don't have a journalist trade union. We don't have collective agreements for journalists in the private media. So solidarity, as Mihailov mentioned, is important, but also collective action to build resilience and to pressure the government for a more enabling and conducive environment for doing quality journalism. And with that, I close for now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you, Valeriana, for this very complete presentation. Impossible, of course, to point out something specific because your presentation was really broad. I would just invite the participants to the conference to follow the implementation of the Journalist Safety Index in the coming weeks and months. As you said, it was presented during the annual meeting of the European Federation of Journalists, and I can tell you that the 80 leaders of journalist organizations present during that conference really strongly, warmly welcomed this index. We really need such tools able to expose sometimes the hypocrisy of some states claiming they do the utmost to protect media freedom. I would like now to introduce two journalists who experienced personal threats. Our first testimonial is the one from Dragan Bursak. Dragan, are you online? Are you with us? I think so, yeah. So Dragan is a Bosnian, Bosnian freelance journalist. In 2017, as a columnist for Al Jazeera Balkans, he received a series of threats, death threats, via Facebook, I think. And the author of these threats has been condemned by the Banja Luka Basic Court in 2019. Please, Dragan, the floor is yours.
Hvala vam. Dakle, nadam se da ćete me svi čuti, nadam se da prevod funkcioniše. Dakle, hvala vam prije svega na pozivu na ovu konferenciju, izuzetna mi je čast. Negdje kroz čitavu ovu konferenciju slušao sam zaista dosta podataka, slušao sam zaista dosta prijedloga, dosta pametnih uvezivanja teorija i praksi. Negdje moj zadatak je ovdje, moj posao je ovdje da vam predstavim in vivo ono što se dešava na terenu, jeli kao novinar koji trenutno imam 11 prijetnji smrću koje su prijavljene, zaista ne znam koliko prijetnji imam koje ne mogu stići da prijavim. Dakle, pokušat ću vam u ovom svom svjedočenju objasniti jedan dan čovjeka, novinara koji ima prijetnje smrću, koji prijetnje prijavi. Dakle, počet ću par dana prije toga, vratit ćemo se na tu 2017. godinu, na 7. jul 2017. godine, kada sam objavio tekst Slavili Banja Luka Srebrenički genocid. Dakle, morate znati situaciju u mikroregionu, u entitetu Republika Srpska, gdje se zaista ratni zločinci slave, gdje se negira genocid u Srebrenici. I to je jedna situacija gdje ako izvještavate objektivno, to je novinarski posao, vi živite u jednoj vrsti, hajde da kažemo, potpune izolacije i u jednoj vrsti autogetoizacije da bi mogli funkcionisati. Dakle, kada sam objavio tekst 7. jula Slavili Banja Luka Srebrenički genocid, aludirao sam na to što će 11. jula kada se obilježava i komemoriše u Potočarima u Srebrenici, 11. jula te 2017. godine u Banja Luci su izvesni zavetnici, dakle ultranacionalistička grupa koja je bliska proruskim grupama, planirali su održati doslovno jedan maskembal gdje bi se sprdali sa žrtvama genocida. Kad sam objavio taj tekst, naravno dobio sam mnogo prijetnji odmah, prije toga, kažem, 10 godina prije toga ja dobijam prijetnje, ja sam se prosto, hajde da kažemo, navikao na to. Međutim, pojavila se prijetnja određene grupe, ljudi su u množini, ljudi su jasno, kratko, glasno, bez afektacije rekli da mi prijete smrću, da će me ubiti, naveli su kad, gdje i način i dakle otišao sam da prijavim to u MUP. Vrlo je bitno ovdje podršku imam od Udruženja novinara Bosne i Hercegovine, zaista bez njih mnogo stvari ne bi uspjelo, ali pričat ćemo o tome, tačnije pričat ću vam o tome. Dakle, prijavio sam to u MUP, međutim, kada odete u MUP u Banja Luci, to nije nimalo hollywoodska stvar gdje postoji neka kancelarija, pa vi tu razgovarate sa nekim inspektorom. Poprilično je otvoren prostor, vi dođete tu sa prijavom, dakle da vam neko prijeti smrću i vama i vašoj porodici. Oko vas ljudi prolaze na sve strane, sjećam se inspektor, iznad njegove glave je bila velika fotografija ratnog zločinca Ratka Mladića. Sad zamislite ja treba da uradim i da napravim izvještaj i da kažem njima šta se desilo, a to su ljudi zapravo koji glorifikuju Ratka Mladića. Dakle, to je jedna stvar koja je otprilike onako fascinantno autoironična, jedno potpuno ludilo. Ja prijavljujem tom inspektoru koji je očigledno pobornik onih koji meni prijete, prijavljujem te prijetnje. Ima tu još puno obskurnih momenata od toga da oni nemaju printer, da ne mogu isprintati te prijetnje, da ja nosim USB preko puta u neku knjižaru pa to štampa. Mislim, jedno potpuno ludilo i potpuno jedno kafkijanske su to scene od kojih bi se mogao napraviti film. Dakle, to je procesuirano što se tiče policije. Ja sam prijavio Udruženju novinara, javnost je saznala to, međutim, dan i po poslije, otprilike pa 48 sati poslije, u jutarnjim časovima mene zove jedan od inspektora iz MUP-a i kaže mi da mi ne može garantovati bezbjednost, otprilike tako, i da bi ja trebao da napustim Banja Luku. Dakle, to je 21. vijek, 2017. godina, potpuno nadrealna situacija. Ja sa svojom ženom napuštam Banja Luku, odlazimo prvo u Federaciju, onda u Hrvatsku. To sad nije ni bitno, bili smo neki mjesec dana van Banja Luke. Hoću da vam kažem, to je jedan ekstremno stresan period za svakog pojedinca, za ovom slučaju za novinara. Dakle, to nije šok koji traje samo jedan moment. To je šok koji traje 4, 5, 6, 7 dana. Dakle, u tom trenutku kada sam napustio Banja Luku, kontaktirao sam opet novinare, Udruženje novinara Bosne i Hercegovine i gospođu Borku Rudić. Imali smo tu interne sastanke i to je zaista meni puno pomoglo. Prvo, da nisam sam, drugo, organizacija stoji iza mene i treće, meni je javnost najveća i jedina odbrana. Onog trenutka kada budem izložen javnosti, na neki način gajio sam ideju da ću biti, hajde da kažem, zaštićen, i to je poprilično suvisla ideja. Naravno, nakon toga sam se vratio u Banja Luku, naravno te osobe su pronađene, zanimljivo, IP adresa je bila u Danskoj, to je neki pročetnički pokret. Poslije toga je uslijedilo puno prijetnji i prije toga je bilo, ja non stop sam u jednoj dilemi, ne samo profesionalno nego i ljudskoj. Da li treba prijavljivati prijetnje? Da, prijetnje treba prijavljivati. Međutim, ako ih imate toliko puno prijetnji, onda u jednom trenutku vi ne možete ispunjavati svoj radni proces. Dakle, moj posao je da pišem kolumne, moj posao nije da živim u MUP-u. Međutim, kada bi sve prijavljivao, ja bi morao kampovati u MUP-u, što bi se ponekad čak i dešavalo. Upoznao sam sjajne ljude koji rade u MUP-u. Čak mogu reći, a onda ću preći na drugu stvar, dakle, ljudi u MUP-u s obzirom na situaciju u kojoj rade, to je, kažem, kafkijanski su uslovi, oni zaista i uspijevaju često da odrade svoj posao. Međutim, kada slučajevi dođu do tužilaštva, govorim o tužilaštvu Bosne i Hercegovine, nažalost, situacija nije puno različita ni u Srbiji, ni u Crnoj Gori. Tužilaštvo je crna rupa u mojoj zemlji. Dakle, tu se slučajevi gube. Od 11 prijetnji smrću, taj jedan razriješen i pola drugog. Zašto pola drugog? Zato što ni tužilaštvo nije do kraja jasno šta da radi sa tim slučajem, ja ne poznajem tu osobu. Ostalih 9 slučajeva prijavljenih, ništa se nije desilo. Dakle, to je jedna od stvari na koju ja svaki put računam. Druga stvar je da ću ja gubiti vrijeme tu, ali ja moram svjedočiti kao neko ko je dobitnik European Press Prize-a i moram na kraju krajeva biti primjer drugim mladim novinarima koji moraju prijavljivati prijetnje. I ima tu još jedna stvar, po meni jako bitna, a to je minimiziranje prijetnji od strane političara. Dakle, često čujem u javnom diskursu u Bosni i Hercegovini i regionu, nije to tako strašno. Znate, kad političar kaže za prijetnju novinarima, nije to tako strašno, onda je evidentno da će populus, da će narod zaista prihvatiti novinara kao jednu vrstu, hajde da kažemo, lutke na kojoj se iživljava javno mnijenje. I to jeste negdje na Balkanu tako, novinar je svrstan negdje između socijalnog slučaja i te lutke za zlostavljanje. U većini slučajeva govorimo o novinarima koji obavljaju svoj posao. Naravno, sa druge strane postoje i ljudi koji ne mogu se zvati novinari, to su kuriri političkih partija ili PR menadžeri političkih partija koje nama novinarima zagorčavaju život na svaki mogući način, od minimizacije našeg posla pa do prljavih poslova koje rade za konkretno vlade, ministarstva ili političke partije. To je nešto što mi svakodnevno živimo na Balkanu. Ja imam tu sreću ili nesreću, ne znam šta da vam kažem, da ja mogu da svjedočim, mogu da pričam pred vama uvaženi skupe i moj glas može da se čuje do vas. Toliko je puno novinara, nažalost strašno puno novinara čije glasove vi ne možete čuti, koji rade na lokalnim medijima, na lokalnim radiostanicama, na lokalnim portalima, koji imaju prijetnje koje su fascinantno, zastrašujuće i koji ostavljaju to sebi. Zašto? Imaju prije svega bazičnu materijalnu nesigurnost, imaju čak i ne podršku te zajednice u kojoj žive, čak i ne podršku medija za koji rade. I to sve ostane ispod radara i mi gotovo nikad. Ovo je 1 ili 2% vidljivog o čemu mi pričamo. Oni 98% nažalost ostaće nevidljivi. Ili možda neće, imam možda jedan i pol prijedlog gdje bi mogli razgovarati, gdje bi vi mogli svojim radom, makar logistički infrastrukturu, onda podržite to, a to su recimo neke lagano pristupne mobilne aplikacije gdje bi bili uvezani novinari, udruženja novinara, naravno sa MUP-om, a bilo bi dobro i sa tužilaštvom. Kada kažem o mikromale aplikacije, znači govorimo potpuno pojednostavljenom načinu. Svaki novinar treba imati svoj broj, to mu je broj članske karte, na primjer. Preko tog broja svaku prijetnju prijavljuje, prijetnja ide dalje prema MUP-u i prijetnja ide u javnost. MUP također, nažalost, zna da recimo u Bosni i Hercegovini ima 4, 5 ili 10 novinara koji su uvijek podložni prijetnjama i prosto da se nama olakša posao, da ne moramo svaki put popunjavati upitnike sa imenima, prezimenima, mjestom i datumom rođenja, ali to je već postalo besmisleno i onda svi zajedno da idemo prema tužilaštvu. Dakle, da ovi slučajevi mojih kolega i mene ne budu samo misterija ili, nažalost, rubrika iz Crne hronike, nego da budu realitet rješavanja stvari. Dakle, da bi na kraju poenta svega ovoga bila preventiva, da novinari izađu iz sive zone i da prestanu biti vreće za udaranje. To je negdje sukus moje priče i to je negdje, hajde da kažemo, terenski način da pokušam i ja vama da predočim šta se dešava na terenu i koji su načini gdje sam ja na svom slučaju, na svom primjeru uvjerio se da je nešto najefikasnije. Dakle, najefikasnije su stvari koje su brze, jednostavne, lake za prenošenje i stvari koje su uvezane da bi funkcionisale. Ukoliko toga nema, nažalost, bojim se da ćemo više izvještavati o samim posljedicama ili da ćemo raspravljati o uzrocima, a da nećemo imati potpunu dijalektiku slučaja i rješavanja slučaja. Hvala vam od mene toliko, a mislim da ćemo razgovarati još.
Thank you, Dragan. Thank you. Very impressive testimonial. Death threats should always be considered as a very serious threat. I would like to remind that 33 journalists since 2015 have been killed in duty in Europe. 33 journalists killed in Europe just for doing their job. Second testimonial right now, Jelena Zoric. Are you online, Jelena? Are you with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Excellent. Jelena is an investigative journalist for Insider TV in Serbia. She's one of the many journalists and media workers attacked and obstructed while covering Belgrade protests in 2020. Jelena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Govorit ću na srpskom. želim da budem što preciznija s obzirom na to da mi izuzetno znači što sam pozvana da govorim na ovom skupu, na ovoj konferenciji, pošto trenutno izuzetno osjećam ugroženost sopstvene bezbednosti, kao i bezbednosti mojih kolega koji se bave izveštavanjem o organizovanom kriminalu u Srbiji. Ne postoji novinar u Srbiji koji trenutno ne strahuje za svoju bezbednost. Ukoliko se bavi istraživanjem kriminala, političkim ili društvenim temama. I tako je manje ili više poslednjih 30 godina, a i više decenija. Međutim, govorim sporije zbog prevodioca. Od dolaska na vlast Srpske napredne stranke 2012. godine u Srbiji vlada podela među novinarima na one koji rade u provladinim medijima ili na nezavisne novinare. Poslednjih godina formirala se i grupa takozvanih opozicionih novinara. Nepristrasnih novinara je najmanje i trenutno se može označiti tek nekoliko pojedinaca i medijskih kuća. Novinari koji izveštavaju pristrasno za vlast ili opoziciju u opasnosti su od politički ostrašćenih čitalaca ili gledalaca naklonjenih suprotnim političkim grupacijama. Nepristrasni novinari koje niko ne kontroliše, pre ili kasnije zasmetaju i jednima i drugima, odnosno i vlasti i opoziciji, a i njihovim pristalicama. Tako da su najčešće upravo nepristrasni novinari izloženi prozivkama, uvredama, pa i pretnjama. Najčešće se to dešava na društvenim mrežama. Aktuelna vlast najodgovornija je za diktiranje atmosfere mržnje prema novinarima. Provladini novinari redovno dobijaju mogućnost da rade intervjue sa predstavnicima države, dok novinari iz drugih medija često u razgovoru sa pripadnicima vladajuće koalicije dobijaju odgovor da im je zabranjeno da govore u medijima koji ne izveštavaju blagonaklono o poslovima vladajućih političara. Bilo kakvo kritičko izveštavanje ocenjuje se kao napad na državu ili izdajništvo. Donedavno sam radila na televiziji N1, kada je jedna narodna poslanica vladajuće Srpske napredne stranke, koja je po obrazovanju inače advokat, Bilja Pilja, novinare N1 nazvala u parlamentu na sednici koju je prenosio javni servis Radio televizija Srbije, domaćim izdajnicima i stranim plaćenicima. Nikada se zbog toga nije izvinila. A njene kolege su nastavile sa takvim targetiranjem. Ljudi na društvenim mrežama imaju potrebu da razvlače i sramote novinare na osnovu onoga što političari izjavljuju o njima, a posredi je prenosiva agresivnost. To je očigledan primer. Na svojoj koži sam osetila koliko je teško biti nepristrasan novinar u izuzetno politički polarizovanom društvu. Gotovo istovremeno je moj rad tokom prethodne godine bio i tačka spajanja celokupnog društva, ali i povod za javnu društvenu raspravu. Izveštavala sam iz crvenih COVID zona. Napravila sam 3 emisije o tome i sa snimateljima ulazila na odeljenje intenzivne nege, gde su najteže oboleli od COVID-a. Napravila sam i seriju intervjua sa virusolozima i anesteziolozima koje su prenosili gotovo svi mediji. Izveštavala sam i sa velikih građanskih protesta koji su se pretvorili u ulične nerede jula 2020. godine protiv uvođenja protiv epidemijskih mera poput ograničenja kretanja. U tom momentu javnost je zbog mog izveštavanja bila jedinstvena u oceni da su dobili tražene i nepristrasne informacije. Potom je usledila serija novinarskih nagrada. Međutim, kada sam u februaru 2021. godine za Dan državnosti Srbije, 15. februara, dobila orden povodom zasluga u mom radu, koji mi je uručio predsjednik države Aleksandar Vučić, na društvenim mrežama i u medijima nastala je višednevna, veoma žustra društvena rasprava o tome ne da li sam zaslužila orden, već o tome da li je trebalo da primim ili odbijem to priznanje samo zbog činjenice da ga uručuje predsjednik države. Pokušala sam da objasnim da novinar ne sme da izražava politička ubeđenja i da je dužan da poštuje institucije, a i predsjednik države institucija. Međutim, javnost je i dalje bila iznenađena mojim postupkom. Govorili su, ucenjena je, prodala se. Izveštavanje tokom ovih korona godina donelo mi je i otvorene pretnje zbog izveštavanja o organizovanom kriminalu. O jednom od najvećih slučajeva srpske policije i tužilaštva, kada je reč o borbi protiv droga, reč je o slučaju Jovanjica. Naime, Svetislav Bojić, advokat Predraga Koluvije. Predrag Koluvija je prvo optuženi da je na imanju svoje firme Jovanjica u blizini Beograda uzgajao više od 1,5 tonu marihuane. 28. decembra 2020. prišao mi je Koluvijen advokat. Dok sam radila svoj novinarski posao zajedno sa snimateljem ispred zgrade specijalnog suda gde se sudi Koluviji. I rekao je: molim vas da budete precizni u izveštavanju, pošto je moj klijent Predrag Koluvija pošten čovek i veliki vernik. Evo, on meni kaže kada sam išao da ga posetim: Zorić me uništava i rastura njenim izveštavanjem, ali ja se Bogu molim za njeno zdravlje, kao što se molim za zdravlje tužioca Saše Drecuna i ovoga inspektora što ga je uhapsio Slobodana Milenkovića. Reč je o inspektoru za borbu protiv droga Beogradske policije. On mi je, Koluvijen advokat, mi je između ostalog tada i rekao da nije dobro prošao kogod se o Predraga Koluviju ogrešio. Već dan kasnije, na istom mestu, nakon sudskog ročišta Predragu Koluviji, advokat Svetislav Bojić mi prilazi još jednom i kaže: zamalo da Peđi, Predrag Koluvija, danas bude ukinut pritvor, a Peđa te je puno pozdravio. To sam doživela kao pretnje i prijavila sam ih Veranu Matiću najpre, koji je ovde, i radnoj grupi za bezbednost novinara pri Vladi Srbije. Reakcija nadležnih je bila izuzetno brza tužilaštvo se automatski oglasilo, policija, radna grupa za bezbednost novinara je više puta govorila i oglasila se o toj temi. Lično me je zvala i predsjednica vlade Srbije, Ana Brnabić, da mi garantuje bezbednost u ovoj zemlji. Međutim, taj slučaj o tim pretnjama je dospeo na sud. Trenutno je suđenje u toku. Međutim, tokom prvog ročišta na suđenju utvrđeno je da je snimak sa bezbednosnih kamera ispred specijalnog suda, gde sam pretnje i dobila, izbrisan istog dana kada je tužilaštvo zatražilo snimak susreta ispred suda advokata Predraga Kuluvije i mene, da bi ga uvrstilo u dokazni materijal. Nekoliko dana, pošto sam dobila te pretnje, krajem 2020. godine, za novogodišnje praznike 2021. godine, ispred vrata mog dvorišnog stana u Beogradu ostavljena je poruka napisana na papiru. Na njoj je pisalo: ovo će trajati dok se ne završi, od toga se pobeći ne može. I te pretnje su prijavljene. Međutim, policija nikada nije otkrila ko je poruku ostavio. Utvrdili su da su sve bezbednosne kamere u blizini mog stana, na kućama mojih komšija, bile pokvarene. Nekima su bile odsečene žice.
Can I ask you to conclude, Jelena? Can I ask you to conclude?
Yes,
we're
yes.
running out of time. Thank you.
Yes. Can I? Yes. Za hrišćanski praznik Uskrs ovog proleća usledile su nove pretnje, još jače. Posle teksta koji sam o slučaju Jovanjica objavila u nedeljniku NIN i koji je prenet i na portalu televizije N1, na Facebook profilu televizije N1, drugo optuženi u slučaju Jovanjica, kum Predraga Kuluvije, Sergej Mrđa, koji je inače u bekstvu, ostavio je poruku koja ponavlja i pojačava, ali i objašnjava prethodnu pretnju njegovog kuma Predraga Kuluvije, prenetu preko advokata Svetislava Bojića, kojem se sada sudi. Sergej Mrđa je čovek koji ima 2 Interpolove poternice i nalazi se na slobodi, u bekstvu. Neki govore da je tu u neposrednom okruženju. Ovo vam sada prvi put govorim. Nikada do sada ovo nisam iznela u javnost. Moja novinarska saznanja, potkrepljena dokazima, govore o tome da se Sergej Mrđa trenutno nalazi na teritoriji Bosne i Hercegovine. Tačnije, na teritoriji Republike Srpske, gde i koristi Facebook i dalje i odakle mi je uputio pretnje. Imam jaka saznanja, potkrepljena dokazima, da je Sergej Mrđa pre gotovo godinu dana, prošle jeseni, bio uhapšen po Interpolovoj poternici zbog slučaja Jovanjica na teritoriji Republike Srpske. Međutim, on je uprkos insistiranju nadležnih iz Srbije, nadležnog tužilaštva, pušten iz neobjašnjivih razloga. Sergej Mrđa je i dalje na slobodi, ovim ću završiti, a posljednjih dana u Srbiji lično predsjednik države Aleksandar Vučić, ministar policije koji je procenio da sam bezbedna i da mi nije potrebna policijska zaštita, premijerka Ana Brnabić, koja mi je garantovala zaštitu, sada oni lično brane Predraga Koluviju i govore da on nije narkodiler, već da mu je policija smestila čitav slučaj kako bi pripremila državni udar na državni vrh u Srbiji. Hvala vam, izvinite što sam sporije govorila, bilo je zbog prevodilaca.
Thank you, Jelena. Thank you. I think it was important to give the floor to testimonials from journalists from the ground, I would say. We have some questions. We have one question on the Q&A, and the question is directed to Mihailo. You mentioned the National Commission you chair, Mihailo, and the question is from Boris Ristovic from Council of Europe. He would like to know if there was concrete outcomes of the work of the Commission. Did you manage to improve the situation, specifically with public officials, prosecutors, police officers, public officials in the country? So what's the global outcome of this Commission? Are you happy with the outcomes?
Thank you for the question. The outcomes are bad. I'm not happy, but that's not the fault of the Commission. All these public officials that Boris mentioned, well, some of them, the Commission is competent to follow investigations only. That means police and prosecution, but it cannot interfere with court cases. Of course, there is a positive trend, at least among younger judges in Montenegro, who a few years ago, some of them started applying the European Human Rights Convention and the court practice, which is, of course, in the Montenegrin constitution, it says that the internationally standardized law should prevail the domestic law when in collision. As I said in my speech, the Commission made lots of recommendations during these 8 years. But because the prosecution and the police and of course the majority of judges are not really public officials, but they serve the then ruling party, and some of them are serving the new ruling parties now. That work of the Commission could not be, how can I say, could not be. I hate this word, but it's valorized. The problem is that the government and the prosecution didn't follow this recommendation. At least I don't know that they did, and we're still waiting for the answers for all these recommendations. Have they been implemented or not? So the Commission is working in the framework of its competencies. Maybe something should change there. For example, as this working group in Serbia exists, and some other things. But there was no political will to apply these recommendations, specific leads in the investigations, and also the Commission pointed out to the responsibility of the people who failed to investigate for whatever reason.
Thank you. Any final comments from Lejla or Blejana on maybe on this issue of the need for public authorities to take seriously the work of these kind of commissions? Very briefly, please.
Well, just in a few words, we keep kind of seeing and hearing stories such as Dragan's and colleague Jelena, and we keep hearing at the same time the lack of political will is the main obstacle in solving such problems. I'm quite certain that when something like this happens to a person, to his or her family members, and so on, and especially in cases when there is a direct threat and there is a direct jeopardy of someone's lives, this issue of political will makes those who lack it actually makes it part of the attack, makes it part of the problem. So whenever there is no political will to solve or to do something to prevent such cases, those who lack that political will become as equal to blame as those who threaten or fulfill their threats. And that's, I guess, the main message that we as a professional community, as well as the international actors, should send to those who keep lacking political will to solve these issues.
Thank you, Bleriana.
Thank you, Ricardo. I fully agree with Mihailo and Leila. The problem is that political will, yes, it is a major issue, and I mentioned in Albania as well, but it is a little bit fatalistic to talk about political will, because how can we change political will? So we talk about corruption and how we can fight it, and then we go to political will. How can we ensure more participation of citizens and civil society in policy making? We go back to political will. The same goes with media. So in this case, I think we cannot wait for this, political will as an isolated factor to change. I think we need to establish such commission. We don't have in the case of Albania, and we need all actors in society, including academia, civil society, media, public at large, to be sensitive to the issue of free media, freedom of speech and safety of journalists. Only in this way we can ensure enough pressure on the government and authorities to work on these issues. Thank you again for your attention, and also fruitful conversation tomorrow in the interesting sessions that are awaiting us.
Thank you, Bleriana. I will address, I will direct my final conclusion to the OSCE and other international intergovernmental organizations. I believe we need to really assess the implementation of European standards about media freedom, journalist safety, and journalist working conditions as well. So we rely on these organizations to help us to name and shame those who are not applying these standards. I would like to end by thanking our great speakers, online speakers and present ones. Many thanks to the participants as well, and to the interpreters. Thank you all. I think we have a lunch now in the premises, and then we will gather here for the side event on addressing attempts to silence women journalists online. Thank you all.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to our side event on addressing attempts to silence women journalists. We're still missing one of our panels, but we will start in about half a minute. I think she's already on her way. Excellent. Welcome. No worries. No worries. So hello and good afternoon to everybody who is joining. As said, we will focus on the topic of the safety of this online safety of women journalists this afternoon. And I'm very pleased to have an excellent panel here with me today. Most of which as you will see or have already seen, are also part of other sessions, because we really intended today with the side event to link the topic to all the other themes of this conference. So we will also build on the two sessions that we already had this morning. And the last one, of course, with safety of journalists, is a topic that we will speak about. And I think we heard already throughout the day how about the threats that journalists in general face and the impact this has on media freedom. And we also heard already very prominently in the keynote speech, but also in the two sessions this morning, that women journalists face an additional threat and that they are targeted online, especially way more often and way more intensely in an often very personal and also very sexualized nature. Something our keynote speaker this morning called journalism as a nexus of hatred and disinformation. And I think if we speak about women journalists, it's very often very clear that the aim is really to target their reputation, which is also something we heard in the last session, and to silence them on an individual level, but also really just women's voices more broadly. Very often, as we have also heard, these attacks are linked to disinformation and attacks of calling journalists liars in an attempt to silence them and to discredit them, or in an attempt to just avoid any type of scrutiny. So, of course, we have heard about these barriers, about the threats, and how women journalists face them even more severely. So you already received the biographies of all the speakers who are with me today. And before I will give them the floor, I will just recite the most recent global study, which was produced last year by ICFJ and UNESCO, which our keynote speaker, Julie Posetti, already referred to this morning. Which is a global study about online violence against women journalists, which really presented some shocking findings, which at the same time confirmed the trends that we have also seen in the OSCE region, and unfortunately also here in Southeast Europe. And that are that almost 75% of women journalists are targeted online, linked to their profession. So really linked to them being journalists and reporting and investigating and holding those in power to account. Moreover, 20% of those attacks are clearly sexual violence threats, and they're also very often linked to physical attacks and physical violence. This proves that the rate and intensity of attacks against women journalists is more severe than their male peers, and also now greater than ever, something we have also heard this morning, that during the pandemic and during the world moving even more online, the threats have also increased. So the question is what we can do about this and how we can address it. And for this reason, our office produced last year the comprehensive research guide on the safety of women journalists online, which I'm just showing here into the camera. We have also brought physical copies for those who are in the room. And I'm very pleased to have the honor to inform you that today we launch also regional language versions. So now we have it in not only in English and Russian, but we have it also available in Albanian, in Serbian, and we will also soon have it available in Macedonian. So for those of you who want to read more about it, I will also put the link in the chat. I will not present it now in detail, but it presents proposed actions that 10 different stakeholder groups can do, should do, and how exactly they can do it, because it is very important to also learn from one another and build on existing good practice examples. So with this, I only want to say one last thing, which is the documentary A Dark Place, that we have produced in 2019, we have also available with Albanian subtitles, and we have provided access codes to all participants. So I would also recommend you to watch it if you're interested. And with that, I will start to hand over to our panel, and I will start with Alexandra, who joined us in addition to the speakers who are also part of the other sessions. We are very glad to also have you here. As a journalist here in the region, can you maybe give us a little bit of an insight of the personal experience you face? And also, you already joined an OSCE event in 2019, where we actually screened our documentary. So maybe you can also tell us if you have seen some kind of improvements with the new international awareness and the studies, or whether you actually have not seen such an improvement.
Thank you, Julia, for the invitation and the pleasure to be here and to speak about the challenges journalists faces today. Actually, I wanted to start the discussion with the main news produced by this conference today, which was Prime Minister Edi Rama's speech in the morning. And what he said basically was still like using this forum, he still make another attack to journalists, asking or calling them like liars and also producers of fake news. Can you imagine how this kind of rhetoric make all of us then working in a very harsh environment and conditions? Because which are the attacks online? Those words specifically, like liars, fake news, trash bins, and things like that, that are generated from the politics mostly, and then are used by their supporters, their institutions, and I don't know, even common people, because it became the main rhetoric of discussions when it comes to journalists and then to women journalists. Especially for women is more hard because except for us being called liars, then you have smear campaigns, women, you know, sometimes you talk too much. So you are yelling, you are not behaving good, or you look ugly, you don't respond to what people expect from you. So it is all this, I don't know, it's so frustrating in those conditions to work, to try to fight for the truth and for the facts, because you are always in the between of smearing campaigns, mostly with intention to break the news you are writing, and then to those character assassinations. When they don't like the news you are producing or the story you are producing, then they try to attack you personally. During the pandemic, we've had other challenges because harassment online is just one portion of what journalists are facing today. We cannot see this disconnected with offline harassment or offline pressures happening here. What is going on is I spend more and more time for looking for information, sending requests. The access is more and more difficult. So the institutions are, making my work more difficult, not complying to the laws, and these get that information. The pressure from the power people, like from the politics, and also from business or groups which are close to the politics. This year we are dealing with another SLAPP lawsuit, actually, just because we make a story which had a great impact, but we revealed some truth about big concessionary contracts that the government has granted during the last years. And just for that, the people who were, exposed from this story decided to just send us to the court because, and they don't pretend that something wrong was there in the story. They don't pretend that any facts was wrong, but they can. They have lawyers, they have power, they are supported sometimes by the institutions, so they can send you there, and you can be stuck also for, I don't know, for years in the judiciary system to defend your story and to defend your reputation as a journalist and as a media. We have to say also that unfortunately from the last time I've been in the conference in Sarajevo, and even from the last time we have met, censorship and self-censorship has become more problematic in this country. I see my colleagues now, just because they cannot publish their stories in their news outlets, you know, because this environment, because the connections of politics, media owners, and also, you know, business, the businesses they have in the middle of all these interest groups, the journalists cannot publish their most main stories, you know. They discover facts, but they cannot publish there. So they are now using platforms like Facebook and Twitter to discover the truth, to say the truth, because they are censored by their job, their work, actually, their media institutions. And that thing exposes them more from online harassment. So the situation is not good. You know, we know that being a journalist, it's not easy. It has never been, but the challenges we are facing now are more and more troubling, and that's the trend, unfortunately.
Thank you, even though you are unfortunately drawing quite a bleak picture, but I think you touched upon a lot of very important things and reminded us also how it's connected to the broader, very challenging, let's put it that way, very challenging environment for journalists, for example, with the SLAPs you referred to, where we will also speak about later on, and also that for women journalists, it's very different nature, the kind of attacks on a very personal level, with also referring to the looks and all these kind of things, just to get under the skin and really silence them. And that it then results very often in self-censorship, which of course is a problem for all of us, and just the stories and the information we are receiving. Borka, I know that you have also prepared a short presentation. Would you agree with this similar trend also you're from Bosnia-Herzegovina, so it would be very interesting to hear from you and your assessment.
Yes, I completely agreed with Alexandra, with new trends of violence against women in the media, and also new approach by attackers to the violence, main rights of the female journalists. I prepared presentation for you. And I will start with my personal case, and I continue in Bosnian language, if I may. It will be more easy for me. Dakle, počet ću sa, next slide, please. Počet ću sa slučajem najnovijim 19. i 20. septembar ove godine, kada sam ja putem Facebooka dobila prijetnje. Čovjek koji mi je slao prijetnje živi u Luksemburgu. U to vrijeme je bio u Luksemburgu, a koji u sedmicu prije bio je u Bosni i Hercegovini i uhapšen nakon prijetnji brojnim novinarima i novinarkama u Bosni i Hercegovini. I njega je sud Bosne i Hercegovine pustio iz pritvora, nastavljena je istraga, podignuta je optužnica protiv njega i on je nakon izlaska iz pritvora napustio Bosnu i Hercegovinu i nije prošlo ni 2 sata, već je počeo svoje aktivnosti na jednom od 5 profila koje ima na Facebooku. Šta je on napisao? Dakle, on je napisao da on sanja, da je on sanjao jedan veliki ekran i koji je bio prekriven zmijama, crnim zmijama, stotinama zmija, i on im je sjekao glave, pritiskao ih na jedan zid. Nisam stavila tu na prezentaciju ostale detalje šta je on sve napisao, ali je završio taj svoj post time što jedna od tih zmija iz njegovog sna je Borka Rudić. Dakle, to je slučaj koji je nešto novo, ne zbog prijetnji meni lično, već što su ove prijetnje nastale nakon toga što su BH novinari, a ja sam generalna tajnica BH novinara, reagovali na jedan drugi slučaj. Next slide, please. Na jedan drugi slučaj, riječ je o koleginici Lejli Turčilo, koju ste jutros gledali, I zapravo sve je počelo prije godinu dana kada se u medijima čije je sjedište u Americi počeli objavljivati tekstovi o tome kako ona radi, na koji način obrazuje studente, šta uče studenti, s kim je ona kao šefica odsjeka za žurnalistiku u Sarajevu sklopila ugovor o praksi sa studentima i tako dalje. Dakle, jedan tekst koji u sebi nije sadržavao ni jednu činjenicu i nakon godinu dana ponovo ista stvar u istom mediju sa istim optužbama koje su još nadograđene. Dakle, bez činjenica, bez istine, potpuno lažne optužbe u vezi sa zbivanjima na Fakultetu političkih nauka. Ono što je za Bosnu i Hercegovinu posebno opasno jeste stavljanje u kontekst svih tih prijetnji, a to je podržavanje osoba koje su osumnjičene za ratne zločine, koje su presuđene za ratne zločine kod suda u Hagu i koje se posebno u bošnjačkoj zajednici tituliraju kao ratni zločinci. Dakle, presudio je sud za neke od njih da jesu ratni zločinci, ali i sa ovim drugim. Dakle, jedan drugi kontekst se potpuno stavlja koji je i izvan onoga što Lejla radi na svom fakultetu. Nakon toga su uslijedile zajedničke prijetnje i njoj i meni u medijima čije sjedište nije u Bosni i Hercegovini, to su mediji dijaspore iz Bosne i Hercegovine i bivše Jugoslavije. I onda se sve to prenijelo u jednu opću hajku protiv Lejle mene, televizije koja je pravila priču o tome. I onda se mi stavljamo u jedan sasvim drugačiji kontekst. Znači, potpuno nevjerovatno nas povezuju sa time da nas dvije smo vrijeđale poslanika Muhameda, znači sad se ide i na tu stranu religijsku i ovaj cijeli slučaj zaista dobija razmjere za koje mi nismo očekivali i nijedna od nas dvije nije mislila da treba sad da se suoči sa takvim optužbama, odnosno da sad zaista je krajnje vrijeme da se pokaže da se ne mogu osobe koje javno iznose svoje stavove, koje su kritične prema vlastima, koje nemaju straha da imenuju stvari pravim imenom, da sve ono što je negativno u bosansko-hercegovačkom društvu javno iznesu, da treba da trpe takvu vrstu online nasilja koje ničim nije sankcionirano. Iznijela sam ovaj primjer kao nešto što ukazuje na to da mi više ne svjedočimo samo prijetnjama putem društvenih mreža. Dakle, mi svjedočimo prijetnjama koje dospiju na društvene mreže iz medija ili se sa društvenih medija prebacuju u medije. I posljednja objava koja je bila o nama, nismo više imenovane ni jedna od nas dvije, niti osobe koje su povezane s nama, već mi smo svi stavljeni pod jednu zajedničku imenicu terorizma. Dakle, ono što mi radimo nije novinarstvo, nije kritički stav, već je terorizam. Please, next slide. Ja želim sad da konkretizujem te prijetnje, jer mi kad govorimo o nasilju na novinarkama, mi često govorimo o brojkama. Ja mislim da mi moramo govoriti o imenima osoba koje su žrtve nasilja. Dakle, ovo su moje koleginice iz Bosne i Hercegovine koje su bile žrtve online nasilja, ali i offline nasilja. Na sljedećem slajdu vidjet ćete ko su oni koji šalju prijetnje. Dakle, next slide, please. Ovo su Ovo su osobe koje prijeti, dakle član predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, direktorica najveće klinike, kliničkog centra u Sarajevu, ministar sigurnosti, gradonačelnici određenih općina, terorističke grupe, ministar kulture, policija i mediji, vrlo radikalni mediji koji koriste tu činjenicu što njihovo sjedište nije u Bosni i Hercegovini da šalju prijetnje. Šta smo mi naučili iz ovih slučajeva? Dakle, iz ovog posljednjeg slučaja sa koleginicom Lejlom Turčilo naučili smo kako je važno, next slide please, naučili smo koliko je važno da zaista prepoznamo online nasilje prema novinarkama kao sistematski pripremljeno nasilje između ljudi koji su povezani na različitom nivou. Dakle, povezani su da li u institucijama, da li su dio iste ideologije i politike, iste nacionalnosti, religijske pripadnosti i tako dalje. Dakle, to nisu incidenti, mi moramo govoriti o pojavi. Druga stvar koja je bitna jeste da svi ovi napadi traju jako dugo, da to nije nešto što se desi jednom i nema ga više. Znači, ponavlja se i stalno su targetirane novinarke kao neprijatelji nekoga ili nečega i to je u našim postratnim društvima jako opasna optužba, jer vi čim kažete da je neko neprijatelj, da li Srba, Hrvata, Bošnjaka, ove religijske zajednice ili neke druge, vi onda dajete i druge forme toj vrsti nasilja. Dakle, mi ne govorimo više samo o rodno zasnovanom nasilju, ne govorimo o seksualnom harasmentu, već govorimo prosto o različitim formama ugrožavanja sigurnosti, govora mržnje i nečega što zaista postaje nasilje sa kojim će se novinarke sve teže i teže nositi. Isto tako karakteristika ovih napada je veliki broj pratilaca osoba koje šalju prijetnje putem društvenih mreža, dakle jako puno komentara. To su stotine komentara koji predstavljaju produženo nasilje, koji su isto tako radikalni, sadrže govor mržnje, neke druge uvrede na račun roda, na račun seksualnosti ili čega sve ne. I ono što isto jeste karakteristika, a to je da takve osobe imaju uticaja u svojim zajednicama. Dakle, nisu to neki ljudi koji nevažni, trebamo ih zanemariti, trebamo ih ignorisati, to su ljudi koji zaista imaju uticaja u svojim zajednicama, vrlo često su to radikalne zajednice. Next slide. Znači, svi ovi napadi i sve ono što mi registrujemo u Udruženju BH novinari sadrže jako puno elemenata mizoginije, predrasuda i stereotipa o ženama, i sadrže potpuno drugačiju retoriku u odnosu na prijetnje i online nasilje prema našim kolegama muškarcima iz medijske zajednice i mi zapravo, da zaključim, možemo govoriti o jednom krugu nasilja. Dakle, krene se jednog mjesta, širi se velikom brzinom, traje dugo i stalno se ponavlja, dakle, stalno imamo i to ponavljanje nasilja prema određenim osobama. Postaje vrlo simptomatično i to što su prijetnje online nasilja ne samo novinarke i novinari kao branitelji prava novinara i građana u Bosni i Hercegovini, već čak i organizacije koje štite medijske slobode i koje se bave sigurnošću novinara. Sljedeći slajd. Kakve su bile reakcije? Ono što je pozitivno, ako ima nešto pozitivno u ovim prijetnjama o kojima sam govorila, jeste zapravo to što su u ovom našem slučaju na školski način provedene sve procedure za sankcioniranje nasilja. A šta to znači? To znači, dakle, da smo imali javna svjedočenja o onome što se dogodilo, da smo hrabro pričali o tome kako nam prijete, šta nam kažu, šta pišu na društvenim mrežama i da to zaista jeste rodno zasnovano nasilje, harasment, govor mržnje i prijetnje smrću. Imali smo vrlo brzu i iskoristivu, učinkovitu reakciju profesionalnih asocijacija. Informisali smo policiju koja je odmah počela sa istragom ovih slučajeva. Bila je nepodijeljena solidarnost i to javna solidarnost medijske zajednice. Uključili smo Free Media Helpline koja djeluje u okviru BH novinara i mrežu advokata. Poslali smo zahtjev za uklanjanje tih tekstova i tekstovi su skinuti sa jednog od tih medija, nisu sa oba, skinuti su sa društvenih mreža i na kraju pripremamo tužbu protiv osoba koje su na ovakav način prijetile Leli i meni. Inače, u liniji za pomoć novinarima mi imamo oko 60 slučajeva u posljednjih nekoliko godina, posljednje 3 godine, prijetnji i napada na novinarke, a u 2021. je bilo 53% slučajeva koji su došli iz online sfere, dakle samo online nasilja prema novinarkama. Želim ovdje da istaknem i 17 slučajeva prijetnji novinarkama od strane predsjednika člana predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine Milorada Dodika. Dakle, to je 17 slučajeva, nijedan od tih slučajeva nije sankcioniran. Sada vodimo jedan slučaj prijetnji koleginici Tanji Topić, ne znamo kako će se taj slučaj završiti. Problem u Bosni i Hercegovini jeste i to što kriminalno zakonodavstvo, krivično zakonodavstvo ne prepoznaje ovakvu vrstu nasilja, online nasilje, rodno zasnovano nasilje, tako da imamo problem u dokazivanju na sudu svih ovih slučajeva i efikasno postupanje, odnosno rješavanje slučajeva u korist napadnutih novinarki, naravno i novinara. I ono što je za mene posebno problematično i o čemu treba govoriti jeste reakcija društvenih mreža. Mi smo pokušali sa Facebooka, odnosno tražili smo od Facebooka da briše te sadržaje, da ih ukloni, međutim odgovori su bili da nije prepoznat, da ove objave ne ruše standarde zajednice. I mislim da je to jedno od pitanja kojima se trebamo baviti na ovoj konferenciji. Zašto društvene mreže ne upravljaju posebno nasiljem i govorom mržnje na društvenim mrežama i zašto ih ne skidaju? Dakle, zašto Facebook kao globalna društvena mreža toleriše takvu vrstu nasilja i rukovodi se samo standardima zajednice koje je Facebook napravio? Dakle, nas iz novinarske zajednice niko nije pitao kakvi su to standardi zajednice da bi ih trebali da sankcioniramo. Mislim da tu leži jedan od načina rješavanja problema. Kratko ću još samo o tome šta iz perspektive mog udruženja i osobe koja je 37 godina u novinarstvu, a od toga više od 15 godina u udruženju koje se bavi zaštitom novinara, možemo poduzeti da bismo smanjivali rodno zasnovano nasilje, da bismo na neki način reagovali kao profesionalna zajednica. Prije svega trebamo unaprijediti zakonsku regulativu, krivično zakonodavstvo, ali ne ono što smo danas čuli da se treba donijeti zakon o društvenim mrežama, da se mora sankcionirati govor mržnje na društvenim mrežama, jer nije govor mržnje samo na društvenim mrežama, imamo ga u javnom prostoru i zato mi snažno podržavamo izmjene krivičnog zakonodavstva koje će prepoznati i govor mržnje i rodno zasnovano nasilje i druge oblike harasmenta i prijetnji koje se upućuju prema ženama. Druga akcija bi trebala da se odnosi na edukaciju policije i pravosudnih institucija da bi se oni znali nositi sa ovim problemom. Jer u bosansko-hercegovačkom kontekstu, recimo, svi ovi slučajevi se tumače kao napadi na nacionalnoj, vjerskoj i svakoj drugoj osnovi. Ovo nisu ti napadi, ovo nije ta vrsta krivičnog djela i mi zato tražimo da se mijenja zakon. Jako je važna lična solidarnost i podrška osobama. Mislim da je to i na psihološkom i na mentalnom i na sigurnosnom planu jedna možda od najbitnijih akcija koje poduzima i moje udruženje i kompletna novinarska zajednica, a to je biti podrška koleginicama koje su napadnute. Također, ne smijemo nimalo tolerisati produženo nasilje kroz objave tekstova u medijima. U polarizovanom medijskom prostoru, kakav je u Bosni i Hercegovini, a takav je u cijeloj našoj regiji, ako imate medije koji podržavaju osobe koje su napadnute, onda imate na drugoj strani isti broj, ako ne i veći broj medija koji pišu protiv tih osoba. Dakle, ne bi smjeli dopustiti ni samoregulatori, niti regulatori da se nasilje prema novinarkama povećava, usložnjava putem objave tekstova u medijima o tom samom nasilju. I posljednje jeste zajednički rad sa društvenim mrežama. Iz moje organizacije ozbiljno razmišljaju da šalju protestna pisma Etičkom vijeću Facebooka i drugih društvenih mreža koji zarad kapitala, zarad lajkova, zarad dobiti prisustva što većeg broja komentara na određenim postovima punim prijetnje i govora mržnje, tolerišu nasilje. Mislim da ni društvene mreže ne smiju tolerisati nasilje i moraju razvijati interne kanale sprječavanja takvog oblika rušenja profesionalnog, ljudskog i rodnog integriteta novinarki.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive kind of overview of the experiences also from your country, and also for already kind of providing us with the way forward, which we'll also have a chance in the second round to still go a little bit further into. But I think it was very important that you also reminded us that when we speak about safety of journalists, we speak about individuals and about really people who are targeted and attacked, but at the same time have to keep in mind that it's this circle of violence, how you phrased it, that it's a trend that needs, that goes beyond, like it has a collective impact that goes beyond the individual cases, but we must not forget that it's also individual people. You also referred to that the perpetrators are very often politicians or powerful people, and that of course comes hand in hand with impunity, which is something that I think also we will touch upon still. And you mentioned the role and power of social media platforms, which is of course, when we speak about online attacks, a very, very important aspect. And also I think links very well to what we have heard from all of you now, but also from the morning sessions, that these attacks are very much linked to these insults of fake news and disinformation, something that was also highlighted in the case of Maria Ressa, who of course, as we also discussed this morning, now received the Nobel Prize. So I want to come to you, Milka, now, because you also participated in the session this morning about disinformation, and maybe you can also explain a little bit more how all of these issues are really interlinked, and disinformation campaigns are often very, very gendered.
Julia, thank you very much. And ja ću isto sada prebaciti se na crnogorski, zato što kasno je popodne i malo sam umorna, ali bile su vrlo dobre ove diskusije koje u stvari su izgleda tipične za sve ove balkanske zemlje, da su žene novinarke veoma laka meta i česta meta i online, prvo one napadi kreću online i nekad se nažalost završavaju i u realnom životu. Ko su ove novinarke koje su meta? Obično, čini mi se da je tako i u ova dva slučaja prethodna, i u Bosni i u Albaniji, da su to žene koje kritički govore o određenim, kako se to kaže, moćnim strukturama, da li iz politike, da li iz biznisa, da li možda iz mafije. Nažalost, ovo je često vrlo povezano na Balkanu, i politika i biznis i mafija. Često ne možete napraviti razgraničenje između ove tri djelatnosti. Dakle, osobe, žene koje pišu o korupciji na visokom nivou, koje kritikuju moćne političke strukture, često su meta napada, i napada koji obično počinju prvo online, a nažalost, kao što sam rekla, završavaju se na drugi način. Ja ću reći dva primjera. Jedan je moje koleginice Olivera Lakić, a drugi, posle ću nešto malo reći o mom primjeru i primjeru moje koleginice jedne. Olivera Lakić je od 2010. 11. godine, novinarka Vijesti, pisala o švercu cigareta u Crnoj Gori koji je bio povezan sa moćnim političkim figurama. I ona je prvo napadnuta 2012. godine, onda je išla jedna kampanja protiv nje, da bi 2018. godine ona bila upucana u nogu i taj slučaj još uvijek nije riješen. Znači, ona je dodirnula u moćne krugove politike i biznisa i poslata je jasna poruka da se tako nešto neće tolerisati. Od 2012. godine protiv mene i moje koleginice. Mi smo napravili jednu seriju tekstova isto tako koja je bila vezana za ilegalne aktivnosti političkih struktura i organizovanog kriminala. Krenula je serija od preko 100 tekstova u državnoj novini u Crnoj Gori protiv nas. Nazivali su nas najgorim imenima, recimo prostitutkama, izdajnicama, ženama lošeg morala. Zanimljivo da skoro niko nije tada smio da stane u našu odbranu, jer su se bojali da će oni biti predmet sličnog serijala. Ovi tekstovi su onda se prenosili iz te državne novine na televizije, a i u medije po regionu. I kad smo mi krenuli sa ovim sudskim procesima, prvo smo dobili slučaj u Beogradu, a tek posle 7-8 godina dobili smo slučaj u Crnoj Gori, znači mi smo tužili državu i tu novinu i dobili smo slučaj i protiv države i protiv te novine, ali i dalje nismo uspjeli da maknemo te tekstove sa online-a. I svi ti tekstovi sada su na nekom drugom sajtu, ne više državne novine, nego nekom privatnom sajtu nalaze i sve što je pisano o nama, svo nasilje koje je bilo protiv nas online i dalje stoji na tom sajtu u nekom privatnom sajtu, privatnom nekom mediju u Crnoj Gori. Mi smo tužili taj sajt prije godinu dana, dobili smo opet slučaj, ali i dalje nismo uspjeli da maknemo te tekstove, nego i dalje se novi tekstovi nasilja i napada na nas vrše preko tog istog sajta. Tako da vi nikako ne možete da dobijete tu bitku. I ako dobijete na jednom sudu, i ako vodite bitku 7, 8, 9 godina, onda se znači isti ti sadržaji pojavljuju na nekim drugim sajtovima. Šta je u stvari rezultat ovih kampanja? Šta su ciljevi ovih kampanja protiv žena novinarki? Ja mislim da su nekolika cilja. Prve da se one učutkaju da pišu, posebno o ovim slučajima visoke korupcije i kriminala, posebno o sprezi između visoke politike i visokog kriminala, koje su nažalost na Balkanu jako čvrste. Drugo, da se znači potpuno profesionalno unište i treće, da se njihov lični i porodični život uništi. Jer često se u tim tekstovima pominje da su one žene lošeg morala, da su ovo da ono, da se životi njihove djece unište, jer mi svi dolazimo iz ne baš toliko velikih sredina, iz sredina u kojima se sve to može, da vam se djeca posle mobinguju u školi, što se dešavalo. Znači da se to prenese, da se vaš život pretvori u pakao. Sad, kako se od svega toga odbraniti? To je veliko pitanje. Meni se čini da sve više žena postaju targeti ovih užasnih kampanja, ne samo žena koje se bave medijima, nego i žena koje su, recimo, liderki u nevladinom sektoru i tako dalje. Imali smo tih kampanja u Crnoj Gori isto. Znači, sve više žena postaju targeti ovih brutalnih kampanja, a meni se čini da odgovor na te kampanje mi nismo pronašli. Posljednje što mi se desilo je da je znači sa tih takvih, kad vas neko tako predstavi neprijateljem države, ženom lošeg morala, ženom koja laže, onda vam se dešava da vas na ulici brutalno napadaju i to mi se desilo prije nekoliko mjeseca. Neki čovjek koji je povezan sa narkoklanovima napao me na ulici. On je sad osuđen na 3 mjeseca zatvora. On će sad izaći za 10 dana iz zatvora i ja se pitam šta ću ja da radim kad on izađe, šta će moje dijete da radi kad on izađe, hoćemo li biti, zbog toga što je 3 mjeseca ostao u zatvoru, hoćemo li biti novi target njegovog bijesa i kako uopšte znači da se suprotstavimo ovim napadima koji prvo kreću u ovom online svijetu, a onda se prenose i u realni život.
Thank you very much for sharing your very powerful personal story also, and really illustrating how online attacks are very clearly linked to offline violence and to offline attacks, and that it is not kind of like a parallel digital world that is somehow detached to our everyday life, and how it can really take on your entire life of yourself, but also, of course, of your family. And you also mentioned a very important point of like, very often it's linked to impunity, but even if it's not, then there is, of course, a broader safety environment that needs to be in place. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Veljko, who is joining us online if he is here, because he really brings in also this legal perspective that I think is very important. And also several of you have now really mentioned this question of hello, hi, thank you for joining us online. This point of impunity, but also the question, the links to attacks, online attacks that are often paralleled also with lawsuits and strategic lawsuits against journalists, and a very kind of comprehensive attacks to silence journalists. So maybe can you give us a little bit of an insight also from this legal perspective and impunity, and what you think is the connex to attacks against journalists online, that they're also very often not reported, not being taken up on. Thank you.
Dobar dan svima. Vrlo mi je drago što imam priliku da govorim na ovoj konferenciji. Prvo bih samo podelio svoju impresiju u odnosu na ono što sam čuo pre nego što sam dobio reč. Želeo bih da kažem da je u Srbiji zapravo obrasci ponašanja kada su u pitanju online pretnje novinarkama, ali i novinarima potpuno identična kao u Bosni i Hercegovini i u Crnoj Gori. Dakle, kao da imamo iste ljude koji stoje iza tih pretnji. Sad, kako se protiv toga boriti, u mnogome zavisi i od pravnog sistema i od pravnih rešenja koje ti pravni sistemi nude. Ja ću govoriti o pravnom sistemu Republike Srbije i o mogućnostima da se borimo protiv ovakvih online pretnji i napada ne samo na novinarke, nego i na novinare. Zapravo, u Republici Srbiji imamo jedan problem koji je verovatno globalan, a to je, krenut ću prvo od problema, pa ću naravno onda se vratiti i na to kako ih je moguće rešiti. Imamo problem u tome kada su u pitanju online pretnje, što se one najčešće dešavaju na sledeći način. Neko zakupi domen na kom napravi sajt. Taj zakupljeni domen je najčešće registrovan u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, gde za nekoliko dolara može da se plati da se zaštiti identitet onog ko je taj domen zakupio. I sa tog domena kreću napadi, kreću tekstovi o novinarima koji ugrožavaju njihovu sigurnost. Sa takvih sajtova tekstove preuzimaju onda drugi mediji koji su bliski najčešće vlastima u Srbiji i to se dalje onda širi. Ti tekstovi se preuzimaju i na društvenim mrežama, na Facebooku, Instagramu i Twitteru. Međutim, ono što je karakteristično za to je da su najčešće oni koji šeruju takve tekstove na društvenim mrežama zapravo botovi. Jer kada smo radili neku analizu ko su ti zapravo ljudi, vrlo lako se može uočiti da ti ljudi ne postoje, da su to lažni profili koji služe samo znači da šeruju te tekstove i da što više ljudi zapravo ih vidi. Mi smo imali situaciju u Srbiji da smo imali dva portala koje zapravo, ako kažem, jedan portal. Prvo se taj portal zvao Istraga i služio je isključivo za iznošenju uvredljivih i pretećih tekstova, ne samo u odnosu na novinare, nego i na pripadnike, na građanske aktiviste, opoziciju i tako dalje. Grešku su napravili kada su taj portal registrovali u Srbiji. Ja sam uspeo kao advokat da iskoristim zakonske mehanizme koje nam nudi naš pravni sistem i sudskim putem sam od njihovog provajdera tražio da dostavi informaciju o tome koje lice je registrovalo taj portal i dobio sam na kraju informacije o tome ko se krije iza toga. Ispostavilo se da je to poslovni partner jednog sadašnjeg narodnog poslanika u Skupštini Republike Srbije. Mi smo naravno pokrenuli sudske postupke protiv tog lica kako bismo zaštitili sve one o kojima je pisano na tom portalu. Međutim, samo smo dali zapravo im ideju kako da se dalje bolje zaštite. Oni su taj portal istraga su ga posle određenog vremena ugasili, taj portal više ne postoji, ali su onda otvorili sledeći portal koji se zvao Prismotra, koji je onako bio potpuno isto dizajniran kao i ona prethodna istraga. Bio je registrovan u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, identitet registratora je bio zaštićen i mi naravno tu više nismo mogli ništa. Isti tekstovi su počeli da se pišu, isti stil je bio u pitanju, bilo je jasno da ista grupa ljudi stoji iza ovoga, ali dokaze nikakve nismo imali i do dan danas ih nemamo. Taj sajt je postojao do pre neke godinu dana kada je odjednom ugašen. Verovatno je nekom kome je bilo u interesu da taj sajt postoji u jednom momentu prestalo to da bude u interesu, pa je dao nalog onima koji su ga registrovali i da ga ugase. Pravni sistem u Republici Srbiji zapravo nudi dva načina za zaštitu žrtava online nasilja. Jedan je krivični postupak, a drugi je zaštita prava žrtava u parničnom postupku, odnosno kroz naknadu štete. Sve to zavisi od toga da li je u pitanju neko krivično delo koje je izvršeno u online okruženju ili nije u pitanju krivično delo, nego se radi o nekom postupku koji šteti ugledu i časti lica o kome se najčešće piše. Online napadi na novinare su kod nas u Srbiji najčešći vid napada na novinare. I sada se već ustalila neka praksa kod onih koji vrše te napade da jednostavno oni znaju na koji način treba to da rade, pa tako njihovi istupi u online sferi ne spadaju najčešće u nešto što se može krivično goniti, odnosno u nešto što predstavlja krivično delo. Sada tu dolazimo do druge vrste problema. Kada nešto nije krivično delo, ne možemo da očekujemo da će tužilaštvo naravno postupati po službenoj dužnosti, neće se znači čitav onaj državni aparat pokrenuti kako bi otkrio ko je učinilac tog krivičnog dela, nego sve ostaje na pojedincu koji je oštećen tim štetnim ponašanjem. Kako pojedinac zapravo može da se zaštiti od pretnji, napada i uvreda koje dolaze u online okruženju? Najčešće je nažalost nikako, zbog toga što sve te uvrede, sve te pretnje dolaze često sa nekih anonimnih profila, često dolaze sa lažnih profila i pojedinac sam ne može da dođe do identiteta onih koji mu zaista prete i najčešće takvi slučajevi ostaju nesankcionisani. Gospođa Rudić čini mi se da je pomenula da bi ovom problemu, rešavanju ovog problema doprinelo to da društvene mreže jednostavno počnu da sarađuju, odnosno da dostavljaju informacije ko se zaista krije iza tih lažnih profila i to bi zaista u sankcionisanju onih koji prete novinarima, koji ih vređaju, znatno doprinelo. Međutim, društvene mreže su naravno i dalje neme na naše zahteve, čak i neke neke očigledne objave koje na najgrublji način vređaju ugled i čast novinara. Društvene mreže jednostavno ne žele da uklone, što je vrlo poražavajuće za sve nas koji se bavimo zaštitom novinara. Ali nama preostaje da i dalje koristimo dostupne državne mehanizme za zaštitu novinara. Ja ću samo ukratko pomenuti koji su to mehanizmi u Republici Srbiji, pored naravno onog redovnog krivičnog gonjenja koje se pokreće podnošenjem krivične prijave, kako bi se sve to olakšalo kada su u pitanju novinari. Od 2017. je uspostavljen jedan sistem olakšanog podnošenja krivične prijave. Uspostavljene su kontakt tačke koje se nalaze u novinarskim i medijskim udruženjima, javnim tužilaštvima i u policiji. Te kontakt tačke su dostupne novinarima 24 sata od prošle godine je u Srbiji dostupan i call centar za pomoć novinarima koji je također dostupan 24 sata i na koji se novinari mogu javiti i prijaviti bilo kakvo ugrožavanje sigurnosti. Sve se to po hitnom postupku, sve informacije o tim događajima koji mogu predstavljati krivična dela se po hitnom postupku dostavljaju tužilaštvu i tužilaštvo ima obavezu hitnog postupanja u takvim slučajevima. To je dakle jedan način za zaštitu novinara koji postoji u Republici Srbiji. Koliko je taj način za zaštitu efikasan, to je stalno predmet različitih tumačenja, ali zapravo on postoji i u odnosu na tu 2017. kada je zaživeo, stvari su se u određenoj meri zaista popravile. Tako da, toliko što se tiče mehanizama u Republici Srbiji za sada.
Thank you very much for providing us also with this kind of like legal perspective. And I think you really outlined very, very well how important the legislative environment is, but also that kind of like legal responses alone cannot be sufficient, are not sufficient to resolve this phenomenon. And the same is true with state mechanisms. They are incredibly important, but of course only as efficient or effective as they are. So this will bring me to Ricardo, our last speaker for this first round. And then I would really like to use the last half hour to also discuss what we can actually do and also building on the proposed actions that we have in our resource guide. But maybe you can also reflect a bit on what you heard now and also the panel that you moderated just before that really brought together all these different challenges and the kind of underlined that safety is really this broad concept and not only the absence of physical harm, but also really needs to entail the digital sphere.
Yeah. Well, I believe that Alexandra, Borka, and Milka have described in a very precise way the nature of the threats to women journalists. So I will not repeat that. I think it would be useful to put these threats in the broader context of the decline of press freedom. And we already mentioned it, that decline is encouraged by an economic context, a crisis in media funding that also undermines media workers, journalists. But also by that context, we also mentioned a lot this morning of mistrust, mistrust that is fueled by populist rhetoric that equates journalists with the establishment that portrays the media as enemies of the people, when in fact they are acting for the common ground. There is a dominant political discourse in Europe that echoes the rhetoric of former US President Donald Trump, the rhetoric about the media as the enemy of the people. It was also mentioned several times today. And this discourse encourages citizens to distance themselves from the media. It also encourages the more radical to act against journalists, to take action against journalists. Hence the exponential growth in recent years of online threats, targeting specifically women journalists. It's all related, you know. I do not underestimate the importance of the phenomenon of attacks against women journalists at all. I just want to point out that it is part of a more general, global context of declining press freedom, deteriorating working conditions, and the rise of a very hostile climate fueled by mainstream political discourses. Online harassment and online attacks have a long-standing issue for the security of journalists. This is not new. But in the last 2 years, these threats have seen a dramatic surge, really. If we look once again at the outcomes of the Council of Europe platform for the protection of journalism and the safety of journalists. In 2020, 16 alerts were posted on the platform concerning online harassment, smear campaigns, and threats against journalists. 16. It's major, of course, we report only the major threats. But this is twice as many as in 2019, so it doubled in 1 year. And among these 16 alerts, 12 concerned female journalists, which indicates how women are particularly targeted by online threats and abuse. We reported cases in Belgium, North Macedonia, Serbia, France, Italy, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, United Kingdom, Slovenia. You see, it's a global trend. In Azerbaijan, journalist Arzu Gaybula was targeted in an online harassment campaign on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, the three social media networks. And the campaign started following an opinion article she wrote on the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And after receiving dozens of messages warning her that she would pay the price for her disrespect and treason, the words are really important, Arzu just decided to deactivate her Instagram account. And that is the objective of such attacks, to silence journalists, specifically female journalists. We had a very strong case in the UK as well. Amy Fenton, who is chief reporter for a local daily newspaper. You know, most of the time we're talking about local journalists, you know, journalists working for local media. She received more than 100 death threats and threats of violence following the publication of a report about a young woman who had been charged with lying about having been abused. So you see, the issue is related, of course, it attracts these kind of threats. And the attacks, of course, were reported to the police, but a day later, Fenton and her daughter, she lived alone with her daughter, simply had to leave their home, to be placed in a secret location under police protection in the UK. We're talking about the UK. So behind these examples, these documented cases, we all know here that there are thousands and thousands of attacks unreported. We know this. And Julia, you reminded that the survey conducted in 2020 by the UNESCO showed that 73% of women journalists had experienced online harassment and abuse, 73%. And this study, this survey also showed that most of these attacks remained unreported. What are we doing as journalist organizations? I'm a representative of the European Federation of Journalists. I represent 71 journalist organizations in 43 countries in Europe. I can tell you that this issue has become a priority for journalists associations and unions, both. I can also tell you that it's not always a high priority for media owners, who often discriminate against women journalists themselves. For equal work, they are paid less. It's well documented in Western countries. Yes. For equal qualifications, they have more difficulty in obtaining positions of responsibility in editorial offices or newsrooms. I'm still optimistic. I was with Borka and many others on Friday and Saturday at the European Federation of Journalists annual meeting in Zagreb. We had about 80 leaders from the main journalist organizations in Europe, and there was a majority of women. Maybe 60% of the delegates were women. That's a wonderful sign. That was not the case 5 years ago. And the assembly adopted several resolutions in favor of policies to tackle online attacks against women journalists, feminization of editorial content, feminization of newsrooms, which is also a challenge. There was a motion including about recent homophobic attacks by far-right activist Alain Soral on a Swiss journalist, Switzerland, also in Switzerland. I really believe that women are taking power in journalists' organizations. They are influencing that way the policies of these organizations, and I welcome this. It is time that media owners give them the place they deserve. Then we would really have the opportunity to develop strategies to protect women journalists in the newsrooms. The change that has taken place in journalist organizations has yet to take place in the management and the ownership structures of the media. But there are other passive actors who need to be woken up, I would say. States, governments, digital platforms, politicians. But I'll come back, if you agree, Julia, on this when we get to the solution, to the last round of our discussion.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think you really kind of brought it together very nicely, and really also underlying that this is a global phenomenon that we really face as a global and international community. And you brought in a new kind of like actor we haven't discussed yet, which is really like the media outlets and the media owners, which of course need to be part of the solution. So when we now really start to look at who needs to do what, so in the resource guide, we also have this 10 actors, because we of course fully agree that there is a need for different actors, and as you said, like passive and active actors to really take on a role. So if we speak about the perpetrators and the active people, then of course it is crucially important that politicians and those in power refrain from attacking journalists, and in particular also, of course, women journalists. But then you also have an obligation and a responsibility of others who might not be attacking, but still have an important role to really ensure the digital safety of women journalists. And so I think if we now go to this perspective of the solutions and what really needs to be done, of course, primarily also for the states, because this we as the OSCE, of course, always try to really address the states how they can best uphold their commitments, because of course they also have a positive obligation to ensure and enable a flourishing media environment, which of course includes the safety of all journalists and media actors. So it would be really interesting for us to also hear from you how you think that the book and the examples and the good practice examples that are included can also be used in your networks and can really be brought to those who have the important roles, and can also hopefully work on the practices that have already worked in other contexts, so that we can really move forward and find solutions that really make a difference on the ground. But maybe it will also go like now the same directions that we had in the beginning, and really ask you if you now, Alexandra, would be willing to start again in the second round to highlight the main points you would see from your perspective that would really be needed from the state, from government, from politicians, from the different aspects that would provide you personally, but also women journalists more broadly with a better digital environment and more safety online.
Thank you. First of all, is the legal framework, is the law, and I think in Albania, but in other countries in the region, I don't think the legal framework is prepared to deal with such new forms of attacks, new forms of harassment, new forms of even investigating those things to find who is behind them. So I think the law is the first point where we have to start, because we need some, safeguards there in order for the system to work and to handle with this issue. Another thing is we have to discuss is this among ourselves, among media outlets, because most of the harassment is published in media. You know, we are talking about Facebook and other social medias, but most of the harassment are published in media who work or are close to one side of the politics or another side of the politics. And we mentioned before, all members of the panel, that they are not just some people behind the curtain, and they are connected to the power. They are connected to politics. They are connected to business and oligarchs. So most of the attacks are I wanted to say, coming from up down, and then they have a lot of trolls. They have a lot of supporters. I'm talking about politics, but also other groups. They have supporters who can deliver their message and target journalists, women, and men, because they don't want the truth to come out, and that's the main issue. So we have to discuss among ourselves, among media community, journalists, media, sometimes even media owners, what to do with this comment sections, because most of the harassment comes from that section. People go there and tell whatever they want, and most of the time we don't see a moderation there. We have discussed sometimes here that online media, at least, they are like small medias. They don't have a lot of people. They don't have a lot of economic resources to have to keep other people in those positions and to moderate even comments. But we have some good signs here, because some of the medias, just because they couldn't handle that, they have delivered the comments from their pages. Okay, you can lose some of the, I don't know, even economic revenue or other things, but if you cannot make that space responsible, then you have somehow you have to deal with the problem. Let's say state institutions are important in this discussion, but sometimes, I don't know, the trust here is the main issue. And we've had physical attacks against journalists, like women and men, even here. And most of the authors never have been found, never have been sent in front of the justice. So we need to push these institutions to do their job, and to see media not like an enemy, as they always do, or most of the time do, but as their responsibility also to protect and to raise their standards towards safety of journalists and freedom of speech and freedom of media as whole. So those are some of things that came in my mind for now.
Yeah, very important points, the legal environment, but at the same time also to make use of the legal environment and not just have something in written down that is then not being implemented. Borger, from your perspective, and also from your perspective in the journalistic association field, maybe you also want to tell us a little bit more of what good or necessary responses would be from your network, but also, of course, again, from the government and state side.
I propose some actions through my presentation, and I would like to note two more possible action. One is related to the politicians and our state institutions. We couldn't talk about political will. We must to talk about rule of law. It's the first message from my side and from journalists, that politicians must make environment where the rule of law will be applied every moment. From perspective of European integration processes for our countries in the Western Balkan region, we have international instruments to push our politicians to apply European standards of freedom of expression and journalist safety. We must to talk with all our public officials, institutions, governments to apply in our local practices a guide from OEC related to the safety of the female journalists. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have very useful and very hard influences by international institutions. When we registered one case of gender-based violence or other kinds of violence of journalist rights and female journalist rights, we sent our letter or press statement to all international institutions. Day after, some of them made meetings with the people who are attackers, preparators to the journalists, to the such journalists. And they didn't talk with them about case which happened the day before. It's not acceptable for me. I think that we must have common action by local politicians, international community. I think that the freedom of expression and combined with hate speech against female journalists must be part of our acquis in the process to European integration. For Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 40 conditions that we must solve if we want to be part of European Union. I propose 14 conditions for the integration Bosnia and Herzegovina to the European Union. It will be freedom of expression and safety of the journalists. I think that we have no in European agenda in our countries, freedom of expression as a main condition to join our Bosnia and Herzegovina and other countries to join European Union.
Thank you for this very clear words and also the call for really common action, and also remind us that of course also international actors here really have a role to play, and we need to make sure that those perpetrators are also confronted with it from really all sides and hold accountable from different systems. Borka, you also already mentioned several issues in your previous speech, but maybe can you also highlight what from your perspective would be necessary, and also maybe to refer back to your case, what you would personally think would be needed to make you feel more safe and also your family following attacks?
I don't have much to add. Ricardo, you actually stated that this phenomenon is actually a global and that we have attacks on journalists all over the world, not just in the region which are not well developed, but in well-developed countries like Great Britain, Belgium, Switzerland, all over. But the difference between a well-developed country and those who are not is actually what my two colleagues mentioned before. It's really rule of law. If you have a rule of law in the country, it's much easier to fight all these problems. This is first time I think we all need, not just for the freedom of expression, but for many other things, we need to strengthen rule of law in these countries. The other thing I think, which is I think a global problem, technology is developing so quick, and for regulation we need time. This is a problem, and you always have this big gap. Those who are attacking are quicker than we who are trying to defend and to make regulations. So this is a problem. You are always behind those who are attacking. The colleague from Serbia said that these sites with no names behind are used all over to attack journalists. How can you deal with them? You actually have in front of you anonymous enemy, and you do not know how to attack and how to deal with this. So really, this is the real, not just regarding the attacks, but the fake news and many other things which we have been discussing today. And maybe in the end, I think we all need more solidarities. For example, in my country, if you are enemy of the state, or if you are enemy of the church, or if you are enemy of the Montenegrin nation or of the Serbian nation, you are a legitimate target. And many ordinary people think she deserves it.
Yeah.
She deserves it. So we should really, we need somehow more solidarity. And even if we are divided as a society and divided, and if we have this divided media scene, we need to, all of us, to unify and to fight, because this is really dangerous for the, not just for the safety of journalists, but for the society and stability of our societies, and of course for democracy. So that's why I will use this opportunity to call, because if we cannot beat technology, we can unify it. At least, yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's also why in the research guide, for example, we really also call on media outlets and peer support, and that there need to be mechanisms in place. In addition, I will give you the floor in a second. In addition to the legal and regulations, which of course need time, especially if we want to make sure that they are proper. So it's really an effort that all of us need to take and step up and do together and join forces. I've just seen that we have a question. So before giving the floor to you, Veljko, and also to you, Ricardo, for your responses, please, you can put your question, I think, just by using the microphone. Yes.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's maybe just another suggestion on what can be done in the future when it comes to attacks, especially on women journalists. Having in mind my personal experience with this situation, I kind of see the trend that this whole, these efforts to either throughout campaigns of hate speech or physical attacks, silence women in the public life goes now beyond just female journalists and goes into the, like, in my case, in the academia for female academics. There are cases of other colleagues in academia being exposed to the same threats and so on. So in order to kind of be more open to solutions, or more going into the direction of solutions, I think that there really should be some kind of, at least on a state level or the regional level, some kind of network for support or in the legal battles against all this. I can say from my personal experience that the Free Media Helpline really, truly helped me in going in through the process, because as a victim, you're not always aware of the process itself. What can be done? What should be done? What are the legal steps that can be taken or undertaken in certain cases? We're not lawyers, we don't know that. So we really need support from that side. So it's, in my case, that was really important, but I know that there are a lot of colleagues from media, women journalists who are kind of not only afraid that it's going to take a lot of time and energy, but also that it's not going to, they cannot afford it in that regard. So strong support to women journalists and women attacked in the public life in general, in terms of providing them legal assistance in this fight, is quite crucial, in my opinion. Just to explain to people what can be done and to support them when they decide, yeah, this has to stop and I'll do certain steps to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that addition, which indeed is very important and would also link to this point of solidarity and really underlying that this is an issue affecting all of us and all of our access to information and freedom. And I see there's a second question or statement from the floor, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's this is Arben from OSCE mission in Kosovo. Just wanted to share an experience which I think could be helpful for others. What we have done as OSCE, we have helped and we are actually in the process of continuing to establish the Media Legal Hub, which is basically providing pro bono services for journalists. And this is managed by the Association of Journalists of Kosovo. Basically, the association have gotten into touch with the Lawyers' Chamber, and they have, of course, offered their services pro bono. So I think this is something to consider, knowing that legal services also cost and journalists cannot always afford. And with regards to like general aspect of safety of journalists, I think it's worthwhile mentioning that ever since 2017, we have helped the association to like establish certain mechanisms that are still in place. It's a yet different story about how functional they are, but we have starting from police, like we have a police coordinator for cases of crimes against journalists, the prosecutor coordinator. We have prosecutors on the local level, like 7 municipalities, and we have a judge coordinator. So there is like an entire mechanism in place that deals with cases of crimes against journalists. But then again, as Julia, you pointed out a little earlier, that I mean, it's good to have things on paper. It's yet another thing how much they function. Unfortunately, they don't function very well, but at least they're there. And journalists and journalist associations, every now and then, they push, they remind that these authorities should do their jobs.
Thank you for sharing this example, which I think is at least a very good starting point and really something that can be a start for maybe a better reaction. We also had a comment in the chat that in North Macedonia, there's an attempt to implement the Istanbul Convention within the criminal code at this very moment, and that the draft text in the parliament or currently in the parliament introduces a new criminal offense of stalking, which also applies online and offline. And the person also asked the question whether there is any other experience from Southeast Europe with such a criminal offense and potentially even court practice. So maybe I will also use this question posed back to the panel, but also give the floor to Veljko, because a lot of people now also in this question refer to really this legal environment that you also mentioned already before, what you think needs to be done to have a better kind of legal system, even though we of course need to keep in mind that the broader rule of law is even an additional challenge in many contexts. Veljko, if you still, we can change the screen, thanks.
Mi u Srbiji imamo krivično delo proganjanje, koje pretpostavljam da je vrlo slično kao i ovo što u Makedoniji treba da bude usvojeno, jer je takođe proisteklo iz Istanbulske konvencije. Međutim, to krivično delo se do sad primenjivalo uglavnom u odnosu na žrtve nasilja u porodici. Bilo je pokušaja da ga primenimo i kada je u pitanju nasilje prema novinarkama. Imali smo takvih slučajeva, ali krivično delo je tako postavljeno da ne može u svakom slučaju kada je neki vid proganjanja u pitanju da se primeni i na novinare. Međutim, baš zbog toga što smo imali mnogo nekih situacija koje objektivno ugrožavaju bezbednost novinara, a kao takve nisu bile propisane krivičnim zakonodavstvom, Srbija je u procesu izmena krivičnog zakonika i po hitnom postupku bi trebalo da budu usvojene izmene krivičnog zakonika i da se uvede praktično ne novo krivično delo koje bi štitilo novinare, ali da se izmeni jedno postojeće krivično delo koje se odnosi na sprečavanje slobode izražavanja, koje bi trebalo da obuhvati sve one aspekte napada na novinare, ugrožavanja sigurnosti novinara koji do sada nisu bili obuhvaćeni krivičnim zakonodavstvom, što bi trebalo zapravo novinarima da olakša situaciju u momentima kada su im pretnje upućene, kada im je sigurnost ugrožena, odnosno to krivično delo treba da se goni po službenoj dužnosti, što znači da će novinarima taj posao biti znatno olakšan jer će pored sebe imati državno tužilaštvo. I hteo sam samo još da dodam jedan vrlo važan po meni aspekt kada je u pitanju sigurnost novinara. Pored pravne pomoći koja je zaista neophodna novinarima u takvim situacijama, mislim da je jako bitan aspekt i psihološka pomoć novinarima u situacijama kad im je bezbednost ugrožena. Jer sudski postupci u Srbiji, a verujem i u drugim zemljama Zapadnog Balkana su vrlo spori i vode se dosta dugo i za sve to vreme novinar je praktično dolazi do te sekundarne viktimizacije, kako je mi pravnici zovemo, i zaista novinaru da bi mogao da nastavi da se bavi svojim poslom dok ne dočeka sudski epilog tog slučaja je neophodna psihološka pomoć kako bi mu se pomoglo da prebrodi tu tešku situaciju.
Thank you very much for that. And also, I think it's a very important point to really also include this psychological support. And I think there is something maybe we can also draw inspiration from other support of, for example, victim support organizations that exist in many countries for physical assaults, but may provide inspiration also for online attacks or for journalists in particular. So Ricardo, maybe you can also include follow up on all these issues mentioned, but also bring in the perspective of journalist associations and what media outlets themselves, because you mentioned the role of media owners and really what they should also be doing to provide better.
I think I already said what we expect from media owners and what journalist organizations are doing. I will mention other actors, but really focusing on what we expect from them on this particular issue. So I had a broader perspective in my presentation, but here I would really like to focus on the problem of online harassment and threats against women journalists. So the first actor I would mention is the state, and we expect from state, we believe that state should undertake to investigate and prosecute every single online threat and abuse against women journalists. So it should be systematic. And this is possible with existing laws. You know, we don't need other laws, new laws to, as you said, there is a matter of urgency. We no need to discuss during years or months new laws. It's possible to prosecute these attacks, these threats with the existing laws. The point is that the expected state action to deal with the phenomenon of online harassment, in my view, must strictly uphold international standards on freedom of expression. You know, as a journalist representative, I'm a bit obsessed by freedom of expression, and we should, of course, tackle these threats, but while preserving freedom of speech. So there is a balance to preserve, I would say. Second important actor, online platforms. I believe that some specific legal obligations could be placed on them to moderate speech. But again, this must be subject to scrutiny to ensure that these obligations comply with, again, international free expression standards. We need to promote transparency on these procedures. We don't want private censorship. You know, let's not create private censorship. So let's promote transparency. And we should set up or ask them to set up independent appeal process. You know, there should be the possibility that we need the possibility, you know, to go against a decision to remove content or so. That's it for the online platforms. And finally, my last, the last actor I will mention is about politicians and public officials in a broader way. They simply must stop verbal attacks on journalists, because these attacks, we know it can be seen to fuel further online harassment and intimidation of journalists, and specifically women journalists. I expect them to stop, but I expect them also to condemn such online attacks on journalists when they occur, which is not always the case. And I come back, but I will not enter into details, to the opening speech of Mr. Rama this morning. There is also an expectation from journalists to be protected and again, political willing, and again, respect of the rule of law.
Thank you very much to all of you for this, I think, rather concrete ways forward also. So I think we identified that there is still, unfortunately, a lot to be done, but we know at least what really can be done and what needs to be done and who needs to take concrete steps. And we also heard about some good practice examples, which will hopefully help us to get to this next step and to really increase the cost for those who are attacking women journalists, but also those who kind of like accept these attempts. And that it's really something that the entire kind of whole of society approach, really everybody needs to play a role at. So I want to thank you all very much again for participating, for sharing your personal experience and also recommendations. I also want to thank the interpreters and the tech support and everybody. And for those who are still interested to follow, we will now also screen the documentary A Dark Place with Albanian subtitles. For those here in the room, we will screen it also here. But it can also be followed, of course, online. And we also shared the access details with all participants, so you can also watch it at another time. And then maybe just before closing, I want to remind everybody here physically in Tirana that we will have the reception tonight, and we hope very much that you will join us. And then we will start with the third session tomorrow morning at 9:30. Okay, apologies for that. Thank you very much and see you later.
Thank you.